Hello, everybody, and welcome to a massive stream here on the RLI Twitch channel. It is, of course, our WRS, our Wild Rocket Series Major. We've been waiting for this one for ages. It's been 5 months of grueling tournaments, back-to-back action, some of the finest Rocket League play we've seen in the Irish scene, and we are now finally at the tipping point. We've reached our major. This is the grand finale. We've got our top 8 teams, and I'm ready for a really exciting day of action. It should be phenomenal. I am, of course, joined by a man who only knows intensity, a man who's seen it all from tragedy to victory. Sam the Ding, thank you for joining me in this one, and welcome to the stream.
What is going on? That's the best intro I think I've ever gotten in my esports career. That was absolutely fantastic. Thank you, sir. Yes, today is going to be insane. As you can see on your screen right now, ladies and gentlemen, that's a €900 prize pool. So it is going to break down. The first gets roughly the bones of 600 beans. Second gets the bones of 3. Third and fourth are getting the kind of small little shares and stuff. Yeah, but you know. You can't complain with it, man. They're making money for playing video games. You know, it's every kid's dream and stuff. But yeah, the WRS, man, I should have warmed up my tongue before doing this. WRS Major right now, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be insane. Dave, do you want to break down the teams a little bit and let us know who's playing? What have we got going on here?
Absolutely, yeah. So on one side, we've got Carbon Zero, the second best team throughout the 5 tournaments. A really top performer and consistently in and about the top 4 places throughout the tournaments over the months. And a really exciting team, of course, consisting of Shane, Linsk, and Futura. And then on the other side for this first match of the stream, we've got Baba Booey, some of the really ancient heads of RLI. We've got Arctic Demox and Red Eyes, people I feel like I've been commentating about for years at this point. And I mean, they know what they're doing. They're going to be well experienced, very veteran type players. They obviously qualified into this as 3rd place out of the 8th. And so it'll be very exciting to see what they can pull off with that experience. And of course, their skill. Like, not to take it away, they're still very good players, but they'll also know how it feels to play under pressure.
Yeah, absolutely. I think going into this first game, it's definitely going to be the sort of new school versus the old school. How far can kind of team synergy take you? Now, I'm not, as you said, I'm not absolutely knocking Baba Booey. Like the boys have been consistently placing really well up in the lead up to this. But Carbon Zero are just looking so hot right now. Like, it's absolutely crazy.
Absolutely here as we drop into the first game of the series. It's a relatively even kickoff. Linsky trying to find it middle, but unfortunately goes straight to Arctic. Be interesting to see how the teams approach this, whether it'll be nice and easy or it'll be hot and fiery from the get-go. We'll see here, Shane clangs one downfield off the back, but Babu really struggling to read that. And immediately, Sam, a bit of a weakness we're seeing here, only 20 seconds in.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's tournament jitters. That's what I'm saying. You know, it's only been 20 seconds in. It is kind of difficult to get yourself into that tournament frame of mind from the get-go. But let's see if Balabui can capitalize on that from their experience, I'm going to call it from now on.
Absolutely, experience, and none better than Red Eyes in particular. The online warrior has won nearly everything there is in an online environment. Do we see a huge chance for D-Mox? And he just can't get around the ball in time. So unlucky. And then, of course, on this blue team of Carbon Zero, Futura really, I think, deserves a mention. He is the main man on this team. He's brought this team so far forwards at times during the 5 other tournaments we've had. We'll see here Linz with a nice touch off the back, but Futura can't get it on target. Arctic calmly plays it away. Tries to find the follow-up, but Shane is there, and then surely this will roll to D-Mox. He plays it very slow, though. Ooh. Looking to just be cheeky with Shane, and it doesn't really pay off. Red Eyes caught in his own corner, and Linz now with a big chance. Arctic looking very awkward. Squeezes that one away for the time being, but you have to say, Carbon Zero here in the blue with the better chances so far. Yeah,
they've just been putting so much pressure on right now. Look at this already. How many shots on goal is that? I mean, it is only 2 per team, but there've definitely been more opportunities for our blue team here today.
Certainly so, but the counter-attack is the dangerous thing as Red Eyes nearly sets one up there. Futura really struggling to get it away. Finally it'll be up to Shane to try and dribble this one out, but it can't get it past Arctic. Futura knocks it wide as well, and D-Mox just keeps it in that blue half, and this is a nice little change of pace now for Babui. They'll be happy with the pressure that they're creating here. Futura with a last minute save, nothing too uncomfortable, but they are making life awkward for the blue side. Shane finally knocks it away for his team. Linz got a chance to challenge, but Arctic beats him to it. Off the wall he goes as well. It's a nice play trying to get around Futura. It's not quite to be. D-Mox in this occasion with the opportunity, and Red Eyes plays it slow and plays it close. Really nicely done, but Linz just about in the right place at the right time. And suddenly it's Carbon Zero really struggling to keep it at 0-0.
Yeah, I like this back and forth style gameplay that we got going on here. It's nice. It leads to good, exciting Rocket League play here. Shots from both sides coming in hot and heavy here. And a great save there from Arctic.
Yeah, huge chance there for Linz. Couldn't quite get the power on it. Arctic's finally position, but Futura's banged against the wall. And no one's there to respond for the orange team of Bababui. And we've seen our first goal of the stream.
That seems like an absolute whiff right there. That absolutely should have been stopped. Just flew past the defenders very quickly. Carbon Zero 1-0.
Yeah, very unfortunate if you're Bababui. Just felt like no one was quite there. The shot was well placed. And I think unfortunately it was Arctic at that near post, couldn't quite get in front of the ball. We'll see how they can respond with 2 minutes to go. Plenty of time in the stream time, but that's a huge double commit. Shane with a nice shot on target. Red Eyes just about wrapping around in time, doing so well for his team there after what looked like a really awkward situation. We'll see now what can Bababui create, because everything so far has mostly been on the blue counter-attack. Linz looking for a play, gets a nice demo. Then was returned by Arctic, goes both ways, but unfortunately no chances created there. Linz got to get up early, reads it really well. D-Mox a huge distraction in the corner of his eye, but he does well to get that one away. Carbon Zero, well, I have to see their defensive side more and more now, I feel, in this last minute 20 or so.
Yeah, at this level of the tournament now, you don't get any stomps. You know, this is the major. You have to qualify for this over a good number of weeks and stuff, get your points and stuff. So I don't think we're going to see any stomps today. I think we're going to see very, very close games. Everybody's aspect of gameplay is going to be tested. Oh, and there it is. Look at this Shane coming in clutch with a save there.
Absolutely, a huge save from Shane there. Big confidence from Arctic to take it off the teammate and go for the dribble, but couldn't quite make anything happen. A minute to go now. Bababui going to really have to start knocking on the door here as Linz knocks one away wide, but Red Eyes reads it nicely off the back where it goes and into D-Mox, I think it was, and it's going to bounce over. It's going to just about crawl over. D-Mox with the credit, but I have no idea how that went in.
That was so close there from just coming back out. That was about to be a serious whiff there on part of the defense here. But here we go, 1-1 now. All even Stevens with 43 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, incredible stuff from Babu. That ball was just a feather away from staying out. But Carbon Zero going to have to pick themselves up. 35 seconds left and maybe overtime. They're still well within this, you know, getting the first goal of the game is still important in some way. Arctic with a super fake goal. Beautiful bit of individual play.
That was so nice to see. Instead of, in every situation, you just want to drill that into the back of the net. Arctic just showing exactly what experience means. Bet 2 men to send it into the back of the net. And now Bababui are up 1 goal with only 26 seconds left.
Yeah, who would have thought it when there was only a minute to go at one point in time? Carbon Zero would have been still a 0 up, but now suddenly very much on the back foot. 15 seconds makes it happen. Arctic once again going for a bit of a solo play. It's not to be in D-Mox. Lofts it high for a teammate, but no one to be in this occasion. Futuro with a very awkward read gets it away. Shane with a nice challenge. We'll just see what Arctic can do here in these final 2 seconds. Plays the slope, his under 1. The ball is still in the air, though. There's a chance for Carbon Zero if they can read it. Linsk fires at middle, and that is going to be that. Well, if that game 1 sets the tone for the rest of the day, it's going to be a very, very good day, son.
Yeah, it's just really, really good Rocket League that we're seeing here. I did notice Bababui are making a lot more scoring opportunities than Carbon Zero. So Carbon Zero always kind of seemed to be on the counter attack, whereas Bababui were just launching balls in. If we look for 11 shots for Bababui compared to the 6 for Carbon Zero. Now, obviously, Carbon Zero were showing that they're very, very good on defense, but it's the law of averages. If you put enough shots on target, some of them are going to go in, and that's what we saw there. There were just more opportunities for Bababui to come out on top there.
Absolutely, and I think you felt like Bababui were really well positioned on the attack. They always had someone challenging the ball or ready to go for things. And we saw it a couple times. Arctic in particular did incredibly well to pick up the pieces, not just in the goal that he scored, but on 1 or 2 other occasions. And I hope we see a bit more of that craft and that cleverness coming out from Bababui, because I think they have that in abundance for them.
Definitely.
See how this second game plays out. Of course, there's a best of 5. We're nowhere near panic stations for either team. But again, when the ball is firmly in that blue half, Linsk able to clear it away off the corner. Off the wall, he goes nearly quicker than D-Mox, but not quite. Futura looking to play it off the backwood, but Red Eyes reads it very, very well. It's going to go all the way towards the blue net. It's a very long distance clear there. But Futura struggling to get that one away. Sideways into Shane. Nice little combination play there from Carbon Zero. It was good to see them getting their feet back into this game once again.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I would like to see Carbon Zero just kind of play a little bit more aggressive, see if they can, test Bababui's defense just a little bit more than they were in game 1. But we'll have to see. Oh wow! But D-Mox just absolutely ran it in. I wasn't even getting excited because the caliber of players on Carbon Zero should have had absolutely no issue with that. Linsk goes in a little bit of an awkward position and it just bounced off him, and Bababui are in the lead again here in game 2.
Yeah, it's uncomfortable to watch from Linsk's point of view, but it is a very nice finish from D-Mox. It's very clever. That's a great shot for Futura to reply, but it's a great finish from D-Mox just before. And it's just clever. It's just nice playing off the back of the 50, knowing what to expect, where the bounce is going to go. And again, Bababui really looking more like the cohesive unit right now, which I think is surprising. I think a lot of people associate this Carbon Zero name with their togetherness and the fact that they do play a lot of things outside of WRS. But having said that, Bababui, like I said, they're very old names in ORLI, not to disgrace anyone, but they've been around a while. There's a super shot from Red Eyes, and again, it's just going to creep over the line and make it 2-0.
What's happening here? This Carbon Zero team are not looking like the Carbon Zero that we saw in weeks previous. This is, Bababui are just absolutely like taking them apart piece by piece. They're 2-0 up here in game 2. This could be a very short set.
This indeed could be a short series if it keeps going this way. Carbon Zero not looking like they've much to respond with right now. And like I said, they're passing, their team cohesion just hasn't really been there for me. I'd be interested to see how they can change that up in the next 3 minutes and maybe the next handful of games. We'll see here. Linsk with a nice shot, but a nice save from Demox, really growing into this game here. Plays it off the backboard, looks for a follow, just off the crossbar it goes. Not going to be in this occasion. Ball gets cleared downfield, Linsk racing after it. Gets faked out by Arctic, but does well to recover on the wall, plays it up high. Futura looking to win that one, and Shane this time the shot opportunity. Ball bouncing so awkwardly in that orange box, but Demox able to clear it once again. Done very, very well for his team at times. Futura struggling to get that one away as Demox just tees it up for a teammate. Shane though with a nice block on this occasion. Arctic looking to play to a teammate, and Red Eyes unfortunately can't quite make it happen. Demox though up in the air, and Shane knocks it away. And again, it's all in that blue half. It's all Carbon Zero's pressure to deal with. Trying to get the ball away. They just seem struggling at the minute. Not really finding boosts that they need. And let's not forget, Sam, this is technically an upset. Carbon Zero are meant to be the second best team coming into this. Baba Booey third. And I don't think that's what we're seeing right now.
No, absolutely not. I mean, the higher seeded team, just maybe they're just not ready or something. But I mean, Baba Booey, it just keep putting that ball on target every time. There's an answer to something, and a great save already there from Ladies. And watch this. This should be on target as well. If the Carbon Zero defense hadn't jumped up to that, they're just putting the shots on. And law of averages, I keep talking about it. If you keep putting those shots on target, so sooner or later some of them are going to go in, you know.
Yeah, well, that seems to be the methodology for Baba Booey right now. It's a great centre on a great demo, and it's nearly saved, but it's a nice shot from Linsk, placing that well and giving Carbon Zero a shout in this game again.
That's it. No, they've got a leg to stand on here in this game. A 1 minute 40 left on the clock, so it is not Fat Lady singing time just yet. So let's see if they can kind of shake off the first game and a half here in this series and get something special on the board here.
Absolutely, and we'll see now, like you say, in this last minute and a half or so, what Carbon Zero can pull out the bag. Linsk looking to keep that one midfield, but it's cleared away nicely, and this time it's Shane's turn to play it off the wall, but it's not to be. Closed down by Demox. Not going to get any follow-up on it, as Red Eyes this time keeps the pressure on, and Baba Booey, well, we've seen them do this, and they've done very well at it. But a nice demo or two from Carbon Zero coming out, and it's really distracting Baba Booey. That might be their way forward in this series. Futura with great interception midfield here, plays it down, but Red Eyes clears it away off the backward, really dangerous. Just about gets a touch wide for now. Linso off the backward, Futura's hovering, and it's a great shot. And suddenly, Carbon Zero back in it.
That's it. It was only a 2-goal game there, and now we're all even here. It was that kind of awkward bounce just down off the backboard, straight down in front of your net. That's always a panic moment for any team that's trying to deal with that. And we saw just a little bit of a double commit there on the side of Baba Booey to try and just get that ball out of the danger zone. But unfortunately, Linsk was just there and just knocked it in, no problem.
And suddenly after that second goal, Carbon Zero smelled the win. And it's a great phase of play finished off by Linsk, but back and forth across the orange goal it went. And it's a super finish from Linsk.
Yeah, this is what I was expecting Carbon Zero to come out of the gates with, but they've given Baba Booey a foothold, a very, very strong foothold in this game. Already one up here in the series. I don't know. Let's see what Baba Booey can do to answer this huge momentum shift on the side of Carbon Zero.
Now there's still 40 seconds left, a chance to maybe create an opportunity or two. Arctic, very awkward as the ball just keeps going sideways in the orange half. Linsk winning the race to that ball. And again for a second time, and it's a great play from Linsk.
This is insane. This whole game just tipped on its head. The boys woke up. I don't know what was going on in game 1 in Carbon Zero, but Linsk is just opening up the play here now, coming forward with 3 goals on its side already and 5 shots. Crazy play.
It's great play. I mean, you know, he was arguably at fault with 1 or 2 of the goals earlier on. Now he's come back and he scored 1 or 2 himself. It's fantastic play to see. It's exactly what we want. It's good, entertaining Rocket League, high-scoring Rocket League. And see, there's any twist in the tail here in the last 15 seconds, but you feel this is surely how it's going to finish up, and we'll find ourselves 1 apiece in the series. We'll just see as Baba Booey look to make any last gasp moments happen. Demox pops it up high, gets bumped for his troubles though. Futura looking to put that one down. It goes towards Red Eyes and actually plays it upfield. A nice play so far, but off the corner it goes. Ball still in the air here on 0 seconds. Demox looking to play it slow off the back where it goes, but no one in the orange shirt is in the air. And that will be the end of the game too. And Sam, I mean, after halfway through that game, we did not expect that result.
No, absolutely not. It just I don't know what happened with Carbon Zero, but they just woke up at one point in the game. It was just after they went down 1 goal. Linsk just kind of opened up the field. I mean, Futura as well was playing absolutely insane, but just Linsk was the star of that match for me anyway. Just 3 goals, 5 shots, 2 saves. Like he was all over the pitch, just doing exactly what he needed to do. And Baba Booey are in a predicament now if they cannot switch around this momentum here. I know it's only 1-1, but just going by the early, if Carbon Zero can keep up this play, Baba Booey might be out of this winners bracket much quicker than we thought.
Yeah, well, it'll be certainly. I think both these teams so good on paper and so close to each other on skill. I think nearly regardless of which way you call this one, it'll be surprised to see the other one in a lower bracket so soon. And I'd love to know how people's predictions are going. Hopefully, obviously it's too soon to tell really, but I hope that people have their predictions down. They know they know who they're supporting in this match. Anyway, as we get underway into Game 3 of this series, Futura takes it down off the wall, very casually letting that one roll. You can see the confidence. You see the confidence in Carbon Zero really starting to build here. As Linsk goes for a slow pay, does not pay off though. Arctic having no nonsense, just charging that one down straight away. And I think that's one thing we'll see is I think we'll see good resilience from this Baba Booey side. We'll see good consistency from them. I think that's what's maybe missing on this Carbon Zero side, in particular with Linsk, where defensively he looked slightly out of shape. He missed the 50 on his goal line, and at the same time he scored 2. And I think that'll be the real setter, is can Carbon Zero play to that 105% for the rest of the series?
Yeah, that's exactly it. And you kind of touched on a point there that Linsk is so good at putting in goals, and not that he's a bad defender or anything, but there's a little bit of holes in his stuff. So Carbon Zero, more so than more other teams in this tournament, they almost have positions for their players. Like, if you get Linsk in a scoring position, statistically speaking, he's going to put that ball in. So maybe that's where they're getting this kind of strength. And Baba Booey really need to learn how to play around Linsk and put him in awkward positions so he doesn't have a scoring opportunity as often as he did in the first couple of games.
Yeah, well, we'll see if they are able to adapt their playstyles on Linsk, though, again, making things happen. Really getting the landing on that one. It was a super play to lob the Baba Booey defence as well, but not quite to be. The ball still bouncing dangerously around the orange half. Shane very cleverly leaving it for Linsk, who drops it down straight into the hands of Arctic, though. Futura with a very nice challenge. You see here, this Baba Booey side is really struggling to get the ball away at the minute. Red Eyes just knocking it sideways into Shane once again. That's a nice shot on target. Arctic reads it well. Futura looking to play it backwards. Gets demoed for his trouble here. Linsk looking to play it middle. Fakes it. Shane with the touch towards goal. Demok knocking it wide. But again, Baba Booey's really struggling to get it away right now.
It's looking so tense right now. Like you can almost feel the pressure developing here in the Baba Booey defense, just in the way they're playing. A few double commits and stuff. Oh wow, and a double demo there. Shane set that up perfectly. Got through everyone. He bulldozed through the defense there. He didn't care. There was nothing that Baba Booey's defense could have done there. 2 dead men.
It's vicious. It's absolutely ruthless from all of Carbon Zero. The demos are great. The passing field is great. The shot was exactly where it needed to be. Bravo. First goal of the game. Can you believe it? Feels like it should nearly be 2 or 3 from what we've seen.
Yeah.
First goal of the game. Halfway played now. See how can Baba Booey respond. I'm sure they have plenty to say and plenty to offer in this series.
Nearly got the fake there.
Futura playing at middle. Linsk looking for it once again, looking for the double off the backboard, not to be. Red Eyes taking his time with this one, looking for the dribble, flicks it on target. I don't know if the blue defender's there. Suddenly, we're back at 1-0.
I wonder what happened here with the defense. It looked like they maybe went for a demo attempt, wasn't expecting the shot there, all the way from midfield, and I mean, Red Eyes is just going to flick that very, very easily right into the back of the net. An even game again. Ladies and gentlemen, this is such exciting Rocket League. Shoutouts to WYLDE for organising all of this. This is awesome.
Yeah, it's been an absolutely fantastic quality of play so far. Dangerous touch in field though. And you have to say, one thing I was going to mention is just unfortunate for Carbon Zero. You feel that's a very soft goal for them to concede. I imagine there'd be a little bit of kicking themselves going on, but they have to pick themselves up. For a minute 45 to go. Good save from Shane there. Baba Booey look to apply the pressure this time and get themselves a winning goal in this game. Something we haven't seen just yet in this game 3. Futura around the corner it goes, fast and Red Eyes too. Demox in a little bit of trouble around the corner, off the ceiling, he's going to go, no, off the wall he goes. Looking to play it middle to Arctic, but Futura cuts it out very, very well. And Red Eyes playing this little bit off, he tees himself up but gets 50'd in the air. Baba Booey finally find a way out of their own half. Futura looks to play it sideways, but Shane not on the same wavelength by the looks of it on that occasion. Pops it up high to Red Eyes, able to read that one nicely. Shane playing across his own net to an extent. But again, that confidence Carbon Zero have in the passing when they've got space in their own half is brilliant to see.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, I'm looking at the Carbon Zero's play and what's changed between game 1. I think it's confidence. I think that's what it is, that they're going for balls that they just weren't going for in game 1 here. Oh, but a great booming play. No, Futura has it. He's just going to send it out here and drive it all the way down the pitch, straight in. No problem for him. Very easy.
Can't believe what I'm seeing. Baba Booey fans are in tears, I'm sure. 2 huge chances for them, and then the ball rolls in the other end of the pitch. That is heartbreaking from an Orange perspective, but we'll see how this game plays out. There's still time, we've said it before. 35 seconds left to go. Crazier things have happened. Right now, Carbon Zero doing everything right. A huge demo from Shade if Williams can win that, and he can. And it's a great play for Carbon Zero, really picking themselves up after the last game as well.
Yeah, this is classic Carbon Zero. This is how they've scored a lot of the goals. That one is going to centre it, and the other one is just going to go down and cause as much destruction in the net as he can. And it's working. Baba Booey need to learn to dodge those demos a little bit better than what we're seeing here, or else it's going to be a very uneasy scoreline here for the Orange side.
Well, I think the demos have been crucial, but let's focus on the last 15 seconds. The ball bouncing dangerously.
Okay.
And it's a nice shot from Arctic, and here we go. We have something spicy all of a sudden.
Yeah, this is now where you start pulling out the weird strats that you were kind of afraid to bring out during regular play. This is where you do the fake kickoffs or the Spanish kickoffs, or something crazy here. I'm expecting it. Come on, Baba Boo, you got these boys. Okay.
Well, right now it's gone in Carbon's favour, but Red Eyes returns it, and he's looking for the follow-up. Can't get it around the corner. 5 seconds. What do Baba Booey have in the game plan? Arctic looking to play middle, but it's only to Linz. Linz got a very ambitious follow-up there, but Futura nearly backs him up on that one, and that ball's going to be left by Shane. And we have our Game 3 winner, not our series winner. We have our Game 3 winner, and it is Carbon Zero. And Sam, what a huge... I know Baba Booey got the last goal in that game, but what a huge swing of momentum we've just seen.
Yeah, I mean, from game 1 to game 3, it was like Carbon Zero just took the controllers off their little brothers here or something. I don't know what happened in game 1. I was getting worried. I was kind of saying Baba Booey are about to run away with this. And Carbon Zero just opened up the floodgates here. It's so nice to see that they just have this switch that they can flick. I can't say any more. Carbon Zero are just playing much, much better. Their demo plays have been on point, and the accuracy coming out of Linsk has just been insane. If you watch the VOD back, I'm sure you'll see it a little bit, but he's able to put balls in that shouldn't, physically shouldn't go in, but they just do. It's so nice to see. But we are getting into game 4. Carbon Zero have the momentum. They have the advantage here. What can Baba Booey do?
Yeah, well, I definitely don't think it's all doom and gloom. They have one game under their belt. They can win. They know they can. They'll have to remind themselves that. And we'll see how this plays out throughout the next 5 minutes. It's do or die. Baba Booey with their backs against the walls. And I hope we see the very best of them in the next 5 minutes. Arctic, of course, key man for them. Attacking, very clever. Always tries something a little creative, a little out of the box. Able to get this one around the corner, and Red Eyes with a nice follow-up pinch. And off the corner, it'll bounce. Shane, though, very nice clear. And Demox looks a little uncomfortable going for that. Looks for the double touch off the ceiling. Ends up using a lot of boost to get not very far. Futura touching it down for a teammate. It's a great pass to Shane. But a super save from Arctic, and Demox also ready for that as Baba Booey looks to just go again and get it out the way. But Shane plays it wide to Linskin. Demox cleverly up to intercept. Futura following in. Right now it's just a game of who can read who faster.
Yeah, a lot of long balls, a lot of big balls, big shots on net. Let's see what can happen here in this. This is a different style of play from what we've seen in the first couple of games.
Certainly so. It's a more open game. It's a more attacking game. I think the players are just trying to get themselves that first goal and set the tone for the next 4 minutes or so. Lynn's got a nice save out wide towards Futura. Not able to do much with it, but follows up against Demox, and that Shane knocks it away out to the middle, and Baba Booey can't respond to that. They're all shrouded in one part of the pitch. A very uncomfortable moment for them, and it's a great shot from Linz, but a great save from Demox as well, covering back in front of Baba Booey. Well, a tense moment there for them, but they're able to get it away.
Great little fake challenge there from Futura, already with the possession. Could see if he can centre it to one of the boys.
Shane with a nice 50 off the orange backboard, able to clear it away though, and no one is back for Carbon Zero right now. If that drops in, that just is. Demox with the follow-up. That is, I mean,
calculated.
It's just smart play. It's just smart play from Baba Booey.
That crossbar down as well, for anybody who does get back to that, it's so difficult to stop that. You have to kind of read that ball from about 5 minutes previous to be able to stop it.
It's an unlucky one for Carbon Zero, but
here we
they
go.
are architects of their own downfall.
That's
See here.
it.
Demox leaves that one go. Futura knocks it wide. Looking to play it on, but again, a great hit from Red Eyes. That's on target. Linsk does well to track back around it. Shane looking to play it past one, can't get it past two. As Red Eyes now in the corner against Futura. It's going to be Futura's ball to win, but Arctic able to recycle the play from the halfway line, and Linsk with a nice clear off the side wall. Demox though only playing it as far as Futura, who knocks it towards the orange half. Shane with a nice follow up too. It's going to be left bouncing for a moment as Demox be the first to claim at midfield. Linsk plays it wide into his teammate, into Shane. Red Eyes though ready and waiting on the clear. And I think really, Sam, the best way of describing what we're seeing now, it's so calculated, everyone's trying to be the next person. This is just speed chess.
That is a really good way of describing it. Yes, it's absolutely that. It's chess with explosions, you know. It is super calculated. All of these long balls. I think probably we have found the hole in Carbon Zero's defence with these kind of longer plays. They've caught their defence off the kind of starting block just a couple of times here and that. Noticed it, and look at this. Demox with a very nice shot here, but no problem for the defence. But these longer balls are kind of catching Carbon Zero off, and it's Carbon Zero's job now to adapt to this style of play and see can they slow the game down or speed it up depending on what they want to do.
Absolutely, and we'll see how Carbon respond. It's a very interesting tactical battle the whole way through. And one thing I've noticed there in the last minute or two especially, Carbon Zero just seem to be extremely lacking in boost. They just don't have it. They can't get out. They can't challenge for things the same way. It looks to have neutralised a little bit now. And with a minute to go, there's still time for them to score, but it's just not quite there for them. It's not quite falling into place.
Yeah, it's this is exactly what Baba Booey wanted. I was just about to say to just kind of stall it out, steal their boost, slow the game down or whatever when they're 1-0 up. But now they're back to an even game here. Let's see if they can get one of those lucky long balls in again.
Yeah, that was, I mean, that was uncomfortable for Baba Booey. They got maybe a bit too comfortable, didn't quite find it. But that kick-off rolling just wide of the post. And again, both teams now making like silly little errors that, you know, only fatigue can bring, only a game 4 can bring.
Yeah.
And it is great to see. And Shane now with a backflip on his goal line. Suddenly the standard is just dropping it. Those teams drop the pace, drop the mechanics slightly, and drop their guard at times. We now see we're at 1-1. Not a great passing field from Red Eyes. Shane's going to be able to follow up in future. Plays it off the ceiling. Can he go again, get a second touch? Yes, he can. Arctic with a nice touch on his own crossbar. Lynn's got a chance. But it's a good save. And Baba Booey's, well, they may be scrambling, but they get it away for now. Shane, nicely done away from Arctic, but unfortunately into orange possession nonetheless. But Linz charges it down quick. Futura looking for a W, doesn't get, but it's Shane to follow up. And that is a huge goal for this series.
Yeah, Baba Booey were just a little bit too slow to get it out of their own half. After the demo, that should have just been just clang it, just get it out here. And Carbon Zero just do what they do best, you know, when their defense is a man down, like they're just gonna put it in a difficult angle for anybody to save here. And this looks like it's Carbon Zero's game here.
5 seconds to go, if even at the ball on the ground. Lint's going to leave it, and that will be the series to Carbon Zero. The first we have seen so far today. And I'll tell you what, Sam, I know I said it before, but I'll say it again. If the quality is like that today, I will be a very, very happy man.
Today is going to be a great day of Rocket League. I mean, if you think that was our second and our third seeded team playing off against each other, we still have to see me and the boys. We have to see Hoovers, Curry Noodles, two Gits, one Brit. Like, I mean, there is going to be so many great games here just throughout the day. If you're tuning in now, stay tuned in, guys. This is going to be a great day of Rocket League.
Absolutely. Going to be an immense day of Rocket League. And of course, thank you hugely to Wild GG, exclamation mark Wild in the chat. Go follow them on Twitter. Go follow them on Instagram. Go follow them. No, don't follow them to the house, but follow them elsewhere. Follow them online and see what they have to offer, because they are really trying to make waves in the Irish esports scene, and it is great to see. They are very, very competent people at what they do, and they're really pushing things forward, and it's great to see, and it's the reason we've got our tournament on today. They are, of course, funding it and all that kind of thing, and supporting it in multiple different ways. And it's great to see. It's fantastic to see. It's a huge honor in a way for us, for Ireland, to be able to host this kind of thing. But it's great to see that the support is now getting there from people like this. It really is
Absolutely.
warming.
Yeah, Dave, I just want to say to you, €900. There's €900 for today. It's 1,500 in total for all of the weeks leading up to this, but €900 today. The winning team goes home with €570. That is more than just pocket change right now. Big shout outs to Wild, man. They're obviously doing some really, really good stuff. They're just a nice org to work with as well.
Absolutely, absolutely. And listen, I see where this is going. I know you're going to tap out. I know you're tempted, but don't do it. We're going to go on a break very, very shortly, and we'll be back with our second game of the day. See you in a bit. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. I hope it wasn't a long break. I hope you're all rested. Hope you enjoyed that first match, took it in, processed it, you recharged, ready to go again. We got a massive game here. We're dropping down now to the losers bracket of things, the losers half of things. And so it really is get good or go home time for these teams. We have got Hoovers and Press X to jump in our next game here. And Sam, the stakes are high. The stakes are high for this game.
The stakes are incredibly high. Whoever loses this best of 5 set is going home. This is make or break time now. Or what did you say? Get good or go home. I love that. I'm gonna steal that and use that. But obviously, this is where it's make or break now. This is all the time when all of the extra hours of practice come into play here a little bit more than, on the winners brackets, you're playing against your kind of solid teams and stuff, but you still have that extra life to kind of sit on. But now this is make or break, losers bracket. If you lose, you're out of the tournament, hon. See you later.
Absolutely. The pressure really will be on. And of course, to remind you of the teams, Hoovers are consisting of Smokes, Star, and Trace. And then on the other side of things, we're going to have Press X to jump, which is Goldie, Jaffa, and Crusher. Two high quality teams here, Sam. And something I find interesting about both of them is relatively low reputation, I think, in RLI. So what's exciting is they've got something to prove a little bit. They're not, a lot of them are some of the newer names on the scene, and they're going to be quite fresh faced.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, for some of these guys, it's probably going to be the first time that they've played in these kind of major tournaments with a good chunk of change to play against here. So I mean, that will definitely come into effect in the sort of mental side of the game. And I think it's going to be whoever is kind of just a little bit more comfortable in this this sort of environment will come out on top here.
Absolutely, and it'll be so interesting, I think, to see who that is and who can keep their nerve at times, especially being in the loser side of things. And just to let you know, these guys' journey throughout the tournament so far. So Hoovers, previous to this, they were in the winners bracket at one point in time. They had to play me and the boys, who are the top seed for today. So I mean, no massive shocks there that we're finding them where they are. And then Press X to jump. Well, they've done well. They beat 2 Gits, 1 Brit, who I think are slightly more in the territory of happy to be here than happy to make the final. But that's maybe not for me to say. Having said that, I think this matchup is somewhat expected. I think if the guys were looking at this, analysing the bracket, seeing where they'd come, where they'd go, I think this kind of what they would be expected to see, how they would have expected to line up. And it'll be really interesting to see how this plays out. I think we've got a lot of fiery players, and I think we're going to have a lot of explosive action. But I'm hoping, Sam, some really bad defending.
I love to see huge scoring games, where it's like 6-7 or 5-6 or something, because it's a little bit more kind of nicer to watch. You get those goal explosions, man. Everything looks a little bit more hype and stuff. But let's see. I'm kind of excited now because this is where real players are made. To see if they won't crack under pressure, I think is the big thing, the big point that I'm trying to make here, because the pressure is on right now.
Yeah, absolutely. The pressure is really on. I think we've got a lot of flair players here, as I like to say. A lot of players who are very good attacking, can make a bit of magic happen, take a ball past the player. But defensively, I'm not saying I'm better than any of these players by any stretch of the imagination. But I think there's questions to be asked, and I think it's going to be really exciting to see who can get the better of that. I don't think this will be like a sweep. I think they're relatively evenly matched teams. But I think there's going to be exciting things to say. And I'm really looking forward to this matchup. I think it'd be good. Hoovers obviously have played well so far. And, across the 5 tournaments have done relatively well. They're seeded in 4th. It's very respectable. And Press X to jump in 6th. So, I mean, absolutely not bad teams by any stretch of the imagination.
No, sorry. And I'm going to put you on the spot here, Dave, for a minute. Do you have a player or 2 players that we should be watching out for in the game? Just those sort of flair players, as you said?
Great question. A lot of people have been chatting about Trace recently. I think he could be a good go-to. A lot of people know Jaffa, so I personally will keep an eye out for Jaffa because I know him. I've chatted to him a fair bit. I know he's a nice enough guy. Be interesting to see how he gets on in this lobby. He's someone who's very hot and cold, I think, when it comes to his playstyle.
Okay, but here we are. Are we in the game? Was that the first goal of the
That
game?
is indeed as simple
Okay,
as that,
all right.
quick as you like. Jaffa, as we'll talk about how great he is getting beat to the ball there so disappointingly. And Trace finding the first goal of the game. We'll have to see how this orange side of Press X to jump can respond. It won't be an easy task for them, but I'm sure they're up to the challenge.
Absolutely, absolutely. Here, just as we're getting in, the teams are kind of feeling each other out here a little bit. But look at this! Star! Almost with a complete solo play, beating all three almost to put it in the back of the net here. But I like these game ones just to, you know, as people are putting shots on and just testing stuff out here, you know, so you can find the gaps quicker. Chinks in the armor.
It is a seriously fast pace per minute, and that is the first minute, and that is exactly what we want to see. Star struggling to get around that ball, takes it around the corner, can't get it past Goldie, he plays it middle. Trace knocking it away off the backboard. Crusher with a big chance here off the backboard once again, but Star this time taking it away. And Jaffa with his new haircut trying to get around, not to be in this case. With Smokes with a great dunk, but he's not going to get it much further than that. Crusher taking it off the backboard and following this one up so nicely. Ball into control the entire time. Jaffa off the side wall, he goes, plays it middle, but Star is there to read the danger. And Goldie, well, that's an awkward overhead, but he keeps it in that blue half for now. Smokes playing it down to Trace, a really nice idea. Crusher though with a good interception once again, and Goldie struggling this time to reach that ball in time. Trace with a chance here, low boost, but the orange team don't know that. Really smart play there. Star gets a chance, and that is 2-0 to Hoovers.
Yeah, I mean, as you said there, just playing it off like he had boost. Ran a really nice 50, just went up, and Star was in the right place at the right time. Bopped it in 110 kilometers. Made sure that nobody was getting to that one very quickly.
No, a very powerful finish indeed. Let's see here, 3 minutes 20 left on the clock. Plenty of time for this orange team to knock one or two in. Trace though, taking that ball under control, and off the wall it goes, playing it middle, but Smokes knocks it out wide, and Trace here with a follow-up, misses on this occasion, but makes Crusher think. Crusher has to wait for that one. It's still good play nonetheless. Goldie this time with an opportunity to take the ball away, and onto the midfield line it goes. Jaffa straight up into the air for that one, and this time it's Star with the challenge for Hoovers, and a nice touch from Goldie just off the post. He goes to Jaffa with a shoot opportunity, and off the crossbar once again. And you have to think at some point, this orange team, they have to score one, they have to take their chance.
Yeah, you really don't want to go down 2-0 here in game one, because it just gives Hoovers this kind of edge, you know, this, you know, psychological edge more so. Looking for the squishy save is Goldie. Trace back down. A beautiful little touch there, just up from the sidewall, no problem at all. Just knocked it down to his teammate, and then boom, sending it right in. 131, man. These boys are breaking some speed records here on goals, man. Really solid play from Hoovers, and they're up 3-0 right now.
What a pass from Trace. What an unbelievable pass that is. What I like to say in these moments, what a cultured touch that is. He knew exactly where he wanted to put that, and it was just magnificent. Hoovers now 3-0 up in the first game, and you'd have to say, Sam, might be a bit harsh, but somewhat deservedly so.
Yeah, I mean, Hoovers are just playing better. They're just the better team right now in game one, but let's not count out Press X to jump, because we've seen this story before. We saw this in the last set where one team went up in it here. Okay, Crusher answering back here with a goal of his own here, kind of trying to reset the momentum. Now there is still 2 minutes left, so let's not count him out just yet. But as I said, we have seen this story before. Some teams get in the lead very early on in the sets and then can't keep that pressure up. I don't want to mention any names now to embarrass anybody who's watching, but we have seen it before, ladies and gentlemen. Look at this, almost a 2-3. There it is, 2-3 now. Goldie booms it in on behalf of the Hoovers. Defensive mishaps here. Players were everywhere, it just wasn't right. Goldie put it in. Nice job, 2-3.
I think you certainly know something we don't, because all of a sudden this game has flipped on its head after all your talk about how it could turn around in this time. It is still in the Hoovers' grasp, but a minute 40 with just one goal, the difference now. Suddenly a less convincing leads to hold. WYLDE struggling on the halfway line to get around that ball. Gonna fall to Crusher though, who knocks it into the corner, and Star taking their time with that one, able to get it away eventually. Jaffa with a nice 50 in the midfield though, and again this infield stuff working nicely, but Smokes with a nice challenge there to get that one away. We'll see here what this Orange side can do as Star once again knocked it away. Trace looking for the follow-up, but it's cut out by Crusher. And again, all these intercepted passes are just brilliant to see. It shows that we really are watching some high-level play here when the players are reading the game at this level.
Yeah, and especially with the speed of the ball and the kind of length of the ball, and that it is just the caliber of play, almost with the double touch there. I respect the attempt, Crusher. It is game one, so you can kind of get away with doing those big boy plays without too much of a detriment to your team.
Yeah, well, we'll see here's Trace on the big counter attack and no one in the middle. But we'll see here's now Crusher knocks it away out wide to a teammate. WYLDE was going to play that one off the backboard. Smokes over with a nice read off his own backboard. Jaffa keeping it in that blue half, but not for very long as Trace getting the easy clear. WYLDE plays it off the backboard. It's an awkward pinch that goes middle though. And the shot goes wide. I want to see here, can they make the most of this 15 seconds here? Jaffa really stuck in his own corner. The pinch goes middle. WYLDE can't do much of that either. Takes it high, praying for a teammate to follow up on that, but Star is there. That might be a panic hit, and that is going to be the end of our game one.
Yeah, 4-2. I'm happy to see for Hoover fans that goal is so important right now, because there's nothing that makes the team sweat more than having a 3-goal lead that boils down to a 1-goal lead coming towards the end. So that's kind of just, you know, set their mind in motion here coming into game 2 already.
Yeah, well, it'll certainly be a confidence booster. And Trace looking for more. Didn't have the boost on that occasion, but Trace looking for more. They weren't done there, Hoovers. They got their game 1, but they want 2 and 3 out of the way with quickly.
Yeah, I'm happy with Hoover's play here now, but I'm telling you, let's not count press X to jump out now, because that was only game 1 of a best of 5 set. So this is pressure situation now, but we have seen it before, ladies and gentlemen. Just wait for it. I'm telling you, this is my prediction that whoever wins the first game tends to lose the set. I've seen it.
Well, that is a bold prediction. We'll see if that comes true. But I mean, look, it'll give all the press X to jump fans hope out there. And it'll be interesting to see how people's predictions pre-tournament are lining up with today's results so far. But it's a long way to go. I feel like Hoovers had a lot of control in that game. Sure, they didn't keep a clean sheet. You know, they weren't completely dominant. Press X to jump had their chances. But I feel like Hoovers just had a lot of tricks up their sleeve when they needed it. And a friendly reminder, guys, that if you are enjoying today's action, make sure to hit !WYLDE in the chat. Make sure to follow them on Twitter and on Instagram and all the rest of it. They're doing some phenomenal work here funding this tournament and the gameplay that you are seeing. But back into the action. 10 seconds gone and no early goals to report of, but the ball firmly in that orange half. Crusher having played off his own backward, but already in these early stages. Such a worrying feeling, you'd have to say, for the orange side so far. Crusher, very awkward spot as Trace gets the 50, smokes up early, but so is WYLDE. And the ball gets 50 wide into the corner, but we see Trace with the follow-up, and a really nice quick goal from this blue team of Hoover.
Yeah, very quick, really good passing play. Just straight out. Trace just bet Jaffa to the ball there. There's no problem for him at all. As you said before the game, he is definitely one to watch, and if I'm press X to jump, I am putting a man on him at every situation. Demo him, just get him out of the play. He's too dangerous to leave alive.
Let's see if they can counteract that in the next 4 minutes 15. Jaffa getting the pinch off the backboard there, but not even as far as the halfway line. WYLDE knocks it away though, and Jaffa looking to take a touch, but it's only to a blue player once again. Fortunately right now, it's just press X to jump are not getting front on this game. They're not getting the pressure they need. Smokes again, nice play, plays it across, a bit too quick in this occasion though, but Trace able to recycle the play, off the wall he goes. And Star, maybe didn't expect it that early, but able to make a touch. And right now press X to jump, getting a chance to knock it away, but it's a great interception from Smokes. And WYLDE keeping this one in the blue half. Looks like something happen off the wall. It's a great touch in field. And Smokes again though with another fantastic clear down. Crusher knocked it away, but again, Smokes just intercepting everything in his direction right now. Trace knocking it away, looking to make something happen here, trying to be fancy with it. Not much boost to his name, but still making life very awkward. It's a great save from Goldie, but Trace will be there again for his and his team's second goal of the game.
I mean, a lot of that is coming from Smokes, just being that midfield wall. It doesn't seem like Press X to Jump can get out of their own half at all, because Smokes is just intercepting absolutely everything here, Dave. You touched on it very well, that he's just in the way all the time.
He has been immense in that middle of the pitch. We'll see, it's a great shot just wide. Goldie stretching for that all the way. Didn't know for sure. Smokes playing it down towards Star, gets first ahead of Goldie, but cannot actually get it past him. Smokes this time with an opportunity off the side. Very awkward touch into the air, looking to play it around one. It's a double commit from the orange side, but they make it work. Nice touch off the backward here. No one able to read that quickly. And Star with a chance. Trace off the backward it goes. Star here getting very much in Crush's way, but Jaffa able to follow it up. Can't get it past Smokes though, who again has just been unstoppable in those defensive positions.
Yeah, looking really, really strong here. I don't really know what Press X to Jump can do to get back into this game, because it seems like Hoovers are just all over them right now. This is exactly what I'm talking about. It's just pressure on pressure. They're not letting up at all, and with those big kind of gaps in their passes and stuff, that Smokes is just all over. We're going to see these scorelines a lot more coming up to the end of this series here, I think.
I am absolutely loving watching Hoovers play, because they clearly do not change their mentality whatsoever, even when they're winning. You know, that classic style of just score, 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 score. And it's great to see. Sure, it's risky, but it's working for them right now. And Press X to Jump certainly have no response to it. I think it's the right, you know, whether it's a conscious or subconscious decision, I think it's the right way to continue just to keep scoring and winning if you can, because it looks like the Sunshine right now have no answer, and they're not going to want to play defensive and give that opportunity there.
Yeah, I mean, you hit the nail on the head there. Don't change your play style. It doesn't matter if you're 10 goals in the lead or 2 goals behind. Like, keep it up. If you're confident in your game, like, plan and what you want to do with your team, then keep it on. Like, you know, don't stop it for anybody. 3 goals up, 2 goals up, whatever, it doesn't matter. Like, Movers are doing exactly what they need to do. It's a tournament game, like, you know, this isn't ranked anymore, boys. There's money on the line, you know. Really, really clever plays.
Well, we'll see how the next minute and 15 play out. Big chance for Jaffa. Just gets off the back with an unlucky read. Nearly helps the defence more. And a big double commit there between Goldie and Crusher. Trace will be able to get it away, but only as far as Goldie. Smokes looking to play it wide up to Trace, who plays it middle in towards Star. It's a beautiful 3-man play. It's just going to go over the crossbar. But again, a really, really well worked manoeuvre from Hoovers.
I'm seeing a couple of rotation issues here on the side of Press X to Jump. That might just be frustration coming out, but like, I don't know. It's kind of all looking a little bit bad now for Press X to Jump. Great defense here.
Wow.
And Demo gets it out. That was so close there, and they needed that exactly as it came in. Goldie just found it. Really, really nice touch there from them.
Really nice, really quick. He was sharp to that. Trace was looking to turn around and make the hit. He couldn't get there in time. It's really good play. I mean, there's an element of fortune in there, but if you're a Press X to Jump fan, you'd be delighted to see that they can take the fight to Hoovers. There's still ways which they can compete. Sure, you know, counter-attack from your goal line with the ball halfway over it, not ideal. And that 3-man commit, also not ideal. But having said that, you know, okay, if they didn't concede there, would have been a nice momentum shift. Now, I'm not quite so sure what to make of it.
Yeah, and I think every player has been in that situation where you say, come on guys, we've done it, we can do this, just like everybody go in now for it. And then you end up missing the ball and leaving an open net with 2 players in between you and the net, you know. It's a pity, but I think Press X to Jump really just need to focus here, because they can put in shots like that. There's nothing about their their play style or anything that's wrong. It's just they need to tighten the screws just a little bit, kind of nail down any of those loose boards that are coming out of their play style. They can definitely come back into this set.
Yeah, well, they certainly have opportunities, and they're proving that they have chances here. And we'll see just as this ball drops in the last second or so. There we go. It rolls down and away, and Hoovers getting another win there to the series, 2-0 to the Hoovers, and very nicely done from them. We are going to have a quick little server reset, nothing major to be concerned with, but again, gives us more time to mull over what we've just seen. Hoovers win game 1, Hoovers win game 2. Relatively straightforward when you sum it up that way. But again, the goals, we're seeing lots of goals, which is what we expected. It's certainly what we wanted as well on stream. And I mean, I have to say, if it was going to highlight people, I think Trace has been very good. I think Spokes has been very good defensively, which has been a separate thing. And for me as well, I think Crusher has been very good on Orange team. I think he's their leading light at the minute.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the individual players and stuff are absolutely great, but Press X to jump just need to sort out these rotations. We saw it just right there at the end. I think it was the third goal for Hoovers that all three players went up for the ball and all three players didn't put it in the back of the net, and it bounced out and it left a complete open net that they just were able to run in no problem at all. I don't know. I don't want to sound negative because Press X to jump definitely still have kind of hope. They can definitely come back here. Just we saw some of those individual goals and stuff in the last set that were just absolute screamers, but they really just need to focus on the team play now.
Yeah,
screw your individuals.
Undoubtedly, and I think we started to see that more and more from Hoovers. I think that's something we can expect. I think, you know, in the pre-tournament build up to this, I think people knew that Hoovers kind of played together a fair bit. Press X to jump, maybe not quite so much in comparison. I'm not saying they didn't play any. I think they played less, you know, as warm-ups, as scrims and whatever else. And I think we're seeing that. I think some of the team plays we've seen in the combinations from Hoovers have been really, really good. Arguably the best we've seen on stream at times. And I think that's what's getting them over the line. I've noticed it a lot. Trace is loving to turn up in the midfield a lot. He's getting ready. He's the man that they're trying to hit their clears to. They have a target there. It's not just they're clearing them up the pitch, they're clearing them to the wall somewhere. And I think that's a massive benefit because immediately then they've got to follow up, and the clear just isn't back and forth, and we're seeing like ping pong Rocket League in comparison.
Yeah. But we'll have to see now. Getting into this potential final game of this set, this is all for Press X to jump right now. This is their game to lose. I'm a little bit worried. I'll be honest with you, Dave. It's a little bit worrying if you're a Press X to jump fan. I don't know. Hoovers are definitely going to have to let their foot off the gas just a little bit. Just if Press X to jump really want to find a way into this, but I've been wrong before, so let's see.
I think as well, you know, Press X to jump, this hopefully has acted as a bit of a time for them to mentally reset. They know they can score, they can defend well at times, they need to find more of that. But let's get into it. First kickoff of our game 3. Will we see the first sweep of the stream? Crusher, hoping that is certainly not the case, takes it over 1, plays it off the backboard too nicely. WYLDE can't quite get it on target. Smoke's playing it away. The defensive backbone for that blue team at times. Trace this time looking to pinch it away, but again, the pressure is all orange so far. Crusher looking to make a play off of the blue backboard, not to be just being a nuisance, hassling that blue defense as much as possible. Trace now, nice pop over the top. There we go. As he plays it wide. Smokes though with an opportunity to play it middle. Crusher again. So been so good at reading these blue passes. Yeah.
I mean, blue are already, after transitioning from defense into attack, really well. Let's see if Press X to jump can even just get it out of their half now. At the start of the game I was hopeful, but so very close. But we did see a double commit there for Hoovers, so maybe they are doing this kind of overconfidence. We're 2-0 up, we can kind of take our time here, but that's how Press X to jump are going to get back into this.
Apparently so. There may be an element of arrogance, but I mean, we'll have to wait and see. I think there's a chance that they will take the foot off the pedal and, you know, press X jump will find gaps here and there. But we'll, you know, a lot of time left. The Smokes launches one on target. It's a great save from Crusher, but no one is back for the follow up, and Star gets the first goal of the game.
Yeah, the nails in the coffin are starting to kind of pile up now a little bit. I did not want to see Hoovers go 1-0 up here in this set at all. I needed Press X to jump to just answer back, reset some momentum and stuff, and show themselves that they can do this. I wonder how you guys' predictions went on here in the chat. Who have you got?
Gonna say some people who fancy themselves as prediction gurus maybe slightly worried at the current scoreline, but we'll see. 3 minutes to go. It's a lot of time left to start. They're looking for a double touch off the back of the
Oh, yes!
That is
so nice. Look at the way it bounced around the wall as well. That's so hard to read. Really nice. Let's go, Star.
Phenomenal. And to beat the 50 from WYLDE, who was a little unfortunate, but it's brilliant to see. And again, it just shows Hoover have just been the half a second quicker all series long so far. And again, WYLDE not quite making it there on this occasion. Jaffa though doesn't make something happen off the backward, straight into Star it goes, and Smokes actually lets it go for his teammate. I don't think he was expecting that. Crusher with a nice challenge, and WYLDE's up quick too, but Smokes equally as quick. Jaffa playing it sideways, hoping to recycle the attack here. Off the wall it goes, past Tracy goes. Penny point, any bounce off the wall, it's not really in their favour. Star gets the touch away, but Crusher now with a chance, looking to play middle to his teammate. Jaffa just 50s it backwards rather than forwards, as it's a big opportunity here for Smokes. Off the backward he goes, and another one surely. It's a great save from Crusher though from Trace.
That was very, very careful play there from Press X to jump. Very lucky to almost get it out here. But look at this, these backboard defenses need to be improved here. Oh my, they've gotten so many scoring opportunities here, Hoovers, just in this game, just off the backboard. Look at that adaptability.
Absolutely, they're really, really having a lot of success off the backboard, which is a surprise. I think many people would assume that, you know, associate that with low level play. I think it's something that's being overlooked right now by this orange side, but we'll have to wait and see. Crusher playing it off the wall wide to his teammate, very nicely done. WYLDE looking to play into the middle, and Jaffa with a big chance here, lets it run. Crusher's not close enough to make it happen though, and that is going to stay a 2-0. What could have been a great scoring opportunity.
Yeah, they definitely need to get it in here. 1 minute 40, the clock is counting on their tournament life right now, ladies and gentlemen. Press X to jump needs to get a goal in, like in the next 20 to 30 seconds here, to see what they can do.
Absolutely, they're going to need to make something happen very, very quickly. They know, of course, they lose and they are out. Crusher with a nice challenge, just bounce off the corner nicely, but Trace able to follow up with a really nice air dribble from him. Jaffa closing that one down as soon as he can. Star though looking to take it over WYLDE, and can't get any more. That Crusher's there sitting underneath it. Well played, patiently played from him. A minute to go, can he make something happen? Looking to play it middle. Jaffa there with the follow up, can't get it past Smokes at the moment. Again, the man has been a brick wall, a barrier for this blue team. Crusher looking to take on Trace once again, but it's not to be. Smokes looking to get the read off the backboard, just gets it up and high, but it's a great speed from Start. It's not in. Oh, it's a ping pong. The pinball has happened once again, and again it finds its way out of the orange goal. But Press X to jump leading a very, very thin life right now.
Yeah, 30 seconds left, 2 goals. It's running away from them here, I think.
Well,
nice.
25 seconds left to go. Crusher playing it off the corner once again, but Star is there to keep it away. WYLDE can't do much of it, and Jaffa has to follow up off the side while it goes, which is not very convincing. Crusher looking to play forward, but into the air it goes, and again, the guys love playing it in the air, but it hasn't worked for them all series long. And Trace now with a chance just to pinch it off the ground, taken away by Star, but I don't think he'll mind too much as Hoovers see themselves into the next round of the tournament. 2-0 will be the final scoreline in this game. 3-0 the final scoreline in the series, and well done to Hoovers.
Yeah, I mean, Hoover's just played out of their mind. Press X to jump showed little kind of, you know, notions of playing really, really well, but Hoover's just shut it down. They adapted quicker. They were just quicker to each ball and stuff. And I mean, I want to say my MVP for that game was Smokes. Just he was just always there to get in the way, just break up press X to jumps game plan. Really, really nice play from him there.
Absolutely, yeah. He did so well, and he played that kind of quieter role at times, which is not always praised. Um, he did. He didn't. He had a very, very good game, and yeah, a really good series all around. Really, I think it's somewhat what we expected. I don't think I expected a 3-0. I'm not sure if other people expected 3-0, but it's still a very good game nonetheless. And
Absolutely.
how I would how I describe that series in one word?
What would be the word?
It was wild.
I knew you were going to say
All
it as
right.
well. I knew it.
All right, we're gonna go for a break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back very, very shortly. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. And firstly, to start things off, I'd like to make an announcement. I'd like to apologize for my previous pun. I have received some mentions about it, and I am aware that that was not necessarily on brand and not necessarily the right thing to do. But we'll move on. Hopefully, you can all forgive that and move on. I know my co-commentator here, Sam, the thing was not particularly happy with with said comments. So we'll move on. We'll move on and we'll chat about this game, Sam, because it is going to be a huge one. Me
Oh,
and the boys versus Carbon Zero. I think the key talking point surely is me and the boys. Top seed going into this, and it's the first time we're going to see them on stream.
yeah, absolutely. You can see there from the bracket that's on your screen. Me and the boys have already beaten the Hoovers 3-2. Carbon Zero have beaten Bababooey 3-1. That was the match that we watched, first game of the stream. So this is the winners final, as you can see now. So anything that is preceded by the word final it becomes a best of 7. So that's where the dynamic is going to change just a little bit here. What do you think about the longer set versus a Carbon Zero? I know me and the boys are the favorite going in, but a longer set kind of changes stuff here a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it'll be an interesting testing ground because the loser of this obviously goes into the losers final, and I think there's a strong chance that they might bounce back up, and we'll see this in the grand final. So I think it'll be a very interesting testing ground. I think there'll be a lot to learn, especially in the longer format like this. I think having extra games gives us the opportunity and gives the players the opportunity to figure out, right, what's going on here? What are they good at? What are they bad at? What are we good at? What are we bad at? Um,
Absolutely.
and I think as well, the time with that, it's hard to look past me and the boys in terms of, who's actually going to win right now in this game. I think one of the things about a longer set, a longer series is it makes the idea of an upset harder to believe a little bit because they've got to upset 4 more games. Um,
Absolutely. You
but
won't believe this, but the channel points here in the chat is running about 50-50 here. 50-50%, guys. You can predict who's going to win here in the channel points. Oh, and it's just stopped right there at almost exactly 50-50. So the chat is
Wow.
split. What do you think about that, Dave?
I think it's very interesting. I think that's really, really interesting. It tells me that Carbon Zero may be a bit more of a fan favorite than we realize. Because I think on paper, when you look at the points and everything else, and the previous tournament performances, I think me and the boys are a very good shout. But it's interesting. It certainly is interesting. They Carbon Zero are in this to win it. They're not in it to make up the numbers and be second place or third place or whatever else. So it'd be certainly very interesting to see how they approach the next series here. But that is, I'm surprised. I am certainly surprised, and I hope I prove it wrong. I hope it's a very, very close game. But I think it is certainly interesting and very dangerous when I have to disagree with the Twitch chat.
Absolutely, absolutely. But ladies and gentlemen, we are down to our final 4 teams of the whole series. The teams left are me and the boys in Carbon Zero, obviously, but Baba Booey and Hoovers are also still in the tournament. So that means for the crack, 2gets1Brit, Curry Noodles, and Press X to Jump have all been eliminated for the tournament. So everybody left in the tournament is making a little bit of money. So you got to
Certainly.
be happy with that.
Certainly. The question is now how much cash money. And I think these two teams in particular will have been two teams that fancied themselves to make it into the final. Obviously, only one of them could do it from this match, but it would be certainly very interesting to see what the approach is. Our demo's going to be a big factor in this. All these kind of factors, all these different things. It's gonna be a lot. There's gonna be a lot going on. I expect a very fast-paced game. I expect a very flashy game for me and the boys. I think they have that in their locker a lot. And I think they'll be confident. I think both teams will be very confident, undefeated as well. Me and the boys have a couple of tournament wins, a couple of monthly wins up until this point. I think that'll really give them confidence going into this whole bracket, this major event.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, coming in off a win is always better than coming in off a loss here. But remember, guys, in the double elimination format, even if you lose this match, there still is a chance to win the whole tournament, but it becomes a lot more difficult. What you really want to do is win this match, head off into the grand final, and you have a little bit of time to chill out before the grand finals. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen, winners finals here between me and the boys in Carbon Zero underway.
Certainly is, Sam. Game one of our best of 7. Have to see how this plays out. Of course, we've got Carbon Zero in the orange, me and the boys in the blue. Linsk looking to take this one towards the backwood. Rob on the back foot.
Woo!
And it's a great 50 from Linsk. Getting the first goal of the game for Carbon Zero, and pretty early on too.
Yeah, very, very quick off the bat there. It was just Rob kind of angled his car a little bit weird, so the ball just kind of stayed going, took out all of the juice out of it, but there was another striker there to put it in. No problem. Linsk is going to put that one in.
Very, very nicely done. Carbon Zero with the tails up already so early on, giving me and the boys something to think about. Lindsay again with a nice 50, and Shane coming in aggressively. Carbon Zero showing no fear in this first minute. Shallow though, with a big chance in the air. Rob though bumps him on the way. Linsk with the open net here. I think that's just going wide, is it? It's gonna go down off the crossbar. Shane looking to knock it down from there. It's not gonna work. Futura able to take it past Rob. Gonna have to go again though. Shallow's in that corner with him. Linsk playing it middle towards Shane. The two of them have combined on so many occasions here. Another series for them two to prove themselves. Linsk playing it back over the top of Shallow. He leaves it for Rob, and off the post it goes. Dangerous play from me and the boys, and really, Sam, one-way traffic so far.
Yeah, I mean, definitely this woodwork has taken an absolute beating on the blue goal here. They've hit so many, but wait a minute! Rob just sends it back down the other side. He doesn't need that post at all. He doesn't need that crossbar. Just sends it right in with a beautiful pass there from Spectre. No problem to him at all.
Yeah, great finish from Rob. You'd have to say a little bit unlucky from the Carbon Zero point of view. Like, one of them got demoed and then the spawn was not ideal, and challenging in for challenges like that in the corner, maybe a bit naive. But that's the style they're going to go with. They're going to have to see it and live with it. So here, Future out a bit of time, plays it wide to Linsk in towards Shallow on goal there. Future pops it high for a teammate. Awkward for me and the boys to live with. Spectre though reads the situation very, very well, watching it drop down. A big 50 there into the middle, and Shane keeps in the blue half very, very well indeed, but shallow with a big clear out wide, and Linsk struggling to keep that one forwards as Rob knocks it onto the backboard here. Futura with a nice clear away. Look to follow it up once again. It's a big clear downfield, and no one's home for me and the boys. It just goes wide off the inside of the crossbar for at least the second or third time now. Futura with a great shot on shallow. Fantastic save from him. We've seen him pull out save after save in previous monthlies. And again, me and the boys living life dangerously.
Yeah, absolutely. Carbon Zero just they love destroying the side or the top of this goal rather than putting it in the back of the net here. Linsk alone has 3 shots on goal, and only 4 shots now after that, and only 1 has seen the back of the net. He's getting a lot of post and crossbar shots here today.
Well, we'll see how this plays out. It's a great hit from Shane, nearly catching shallow out. Not quite to be though. Futura just being awkward for the me and the boys defence, making them think about how they want to clear it out. Shallow though, big opportunity here, gets the flip reset, and Spectre hovering around being a nuisance in his own way. Linsk able to clear it out towards Futura, but not able to make the most of it in this case. Linsk again being the aggressor, pushing forward, pushing high. Futura with a challenge off the wall, nicely done. Shane can't make himself present in that moment, in that challenge. Rob plays it wide into Spectre, who just misses the ball. Could have been a huge opportunity for me and the boys there. And it's amazing, Sam, that we're still at 1-1 with the amount of chances we've seen.
No, it's absolutely crazy. I'm seeing there is not a lot of play in the midfield at all. It's only in the offensive and defensive thirds here. But look at this pass. Just nice off. Knew that Linz wasn't going to be back enough time. Spectre just really, really simple flip. Top middle. Gotta respect it. Gotta respect it.
Very clever from Spectre. He knew Linsk was in trouble. He knew where the ball was going to come. And it's unfortunate for Carbon Zero, but it's a great start for me and the boys after what was a great, result so far, a great scoreline after what was certainly a shaky start for them. We'll see if they can hold on to it with 2 minutes or 1 minute 25 to go, but it's not looking that way. Shane can't quite get the power on the shot. Carbon Zero gonna have to turn around and go again. Spectre though, pinch that one into the middle. Shallows up very quick for that Futura with a really awkward touch. Able to get that one away, and Shane can't read the redirect. Shallow looking to play that one middle. Rob is there looking to play it high, but only plays it behind him. Spectre plays that one off the corner, and Shane looking to knock that one away off the corner between wall and ceiling. Then plays it back around the corner, and again we are really stuck in that area of the pitch until now. The 50 finds its way over to the other side. Spectre though playing it back over to the left hand side from the blue perspective. Goes middle though, it's a little bit dangerous. Shallow with a nice clear out. 40 seconds left. Carbon Zero really need to make something happen.
Yeah, this is momentum is huge right now, especially in these best of sevens, because you will run out of steam very, very quickly here, and you want to kind of be riding this high for as long as possible here. So game 1 is hugely important. And for a little bit of a musty center here, respected off Futura. Shallow, never going to sweat. That's another one in right there. Huge long ball from midfield on the side wall. Really, really great accuracy there from Rob. Just sending it down. Notice the gap there. Put it through. Thread the needle. 3-1 with 13 seconds left to go. This is a me and the boys game here, Dave.
Absolutely. And look, the third goal in particular, really good play for me and the boys. It's something we saw Hoovers do a lot, and I commented on it before. Shallow, he's clearing it out to Rob. He knows Rob's there. That's not a mistake. Rob is there waiting for that shot to happen. He knows the Carbon Zero have left the gap, and he's exploited it very, very well. Game 1, 2 me and the boys. I think that's expected, especially all of you with predictions in mind. But I think the way it happened, and I think how well Carbon Zero played in that first 3 minutes or so, maybe a bit less predictable.
Yeah, I mean, Carbon Zero definitely put up a great fight. They had a lot of really, really strong shots on goal. If Linsk had have put in all of the balls that hit the woodwork in that game, it would have been 4-3. So maybe Linz just needs to kind of just develop some of that finishing power that we know Linz has. It sometimes takes him a game or two just to kind of, get into the flow of stuff and that. But if Linz can kind of tighten up the accuracy there a little bit, I feel like this is going to be a much, much tighter set.
Yeah, maybe so. I mean, it's not all down to Linsk. Let's be fair.
No, I mean, sure.
But at the same time, I do agree with you. Carbon Zero had a lot of chances. They probably could have got 3 or more goals if things went slightly more their way. And I think that's what makes this game too exciting right now, as we see them push in for the first kickoff of the game. Rob gonna win that one in the midfield. Off the wall he goes, takes it off the ceiling. Linsk able to 50 that one away, but Spectre winning the second ball there dangerously in the box. Shallow with a nice shot too, and Futura just about getting that one away. Shane clearing it wide, but only as far as halfway line. Spectre can't really read it though. The ball's probably slower than he expected. Futura just playing it wide into the path of Linsk. Was going to get a pass, Rob, not to be on this occasion. Shane gets a pass one, but won't get a pass. Spectre looking to play it infield off of the ceiling. And again, Carbon Zero with some really nice ideas, but nothing quite happening right now for them.
Yeah. I mean, their game plan is doing good, but I mean, me and the boys are just such a strong team standing in front of them that they're kind of ready for every situation here. But wait a minute! Oh, almost ready for the shot there was Shane. But we'll have to see.
Yeah, well, there's still plenty of time, still nil. Rob left with a lot of space and time there. I don't think the Carbon Zero guys realised how little boost he had in the end. Shallow though, knocking it wide off the corner. Futura taking it slow, looking to 50 Spectre with it as well. Shane taking it slow as well. The Carbon Zero guys being really patient and logical with this. Linsk with a great finish in the end. We'll give him credit. We assumed it'll hit the back. He meant to hit the backboard of the first one. It's a great play. Shallow had no hope in getting there in time.
Yeah, really, really clever. Just to bounce it off the backboard to make sure that the keeper came out, so he would have had that free shot on the second one. I really, really respect it that he's not just, you know, cocked and loaded, guns ready, hit him with the biggest gun straight off the bat. You know, all of this is proper skill right now. Really, really good. But wait a minute. Oh, the woodwork! No, but there it is. Shallow puts it in, no problem. God, Carbon Zero had a lead for what felt like a second and a half. And then the blue team just absolutely burying it in. Really, really solid play for me and the boys. That's exactly what they needed to do there.
Yeah, truly deflating there for all the Carbon Zero fans in the chat. Seeing the team go ahead and then obviously not anymore. Still very much in this game, you know, and they'll be thinking themselves, we can score once, we'll score again. But Spectre with a great shot and a great save from Linsk there. Right place, right time from him. Let's see though, Shallow, typically the defensive mastermind at times on this team. Looking to just 50 that ball into safety. Rob takes to the skies, off the back where it goes. Who can follow up? A great intervention there from Futura, getting that one away. And Spectre has to take it back into his own corner. Me and the boys really having to think, really having to work hard here, which is fantastic to see. I think some people were a little concerned going into this tournament as to who would take the fight to me and the boys, who would be up for it. But again, we're seeing Carbon Zero go toe to toe for a lot of this. But as I say it, me and the boys missing 2 or 3 chances there that really on another day you'd fancy them to score.
Yeah, I like it that, you know, me and the boys are kind of under pressure. Like, you know, Carbon Zero are doing it, but wow, just as I say it. Wow, oh my God, that looked so easy for Spectre. It didn't look like he was sweating at all. A little bit
Shallow has just bullied Futura into next week. That was something else. And Spectre with a fantastic finish, but he didn't even need to be that accurate in the end. Brilliant stuff from the boys in blue, to be fair to them. Spectre going again off the ceiling. Dangerous bounce as well. Not quite to be, but again, just Carbon Zero looking like they're struggling at times, not really handling the physical play as well, but a great little pass in there, and Shallow once again able to 50 Futura and 50 the ball to safety.
Okay, nice.
Oh, it's so good, it's so good. The pass into Rob was great, and the save brilliant once again from Futura. This game is really hot enough now. The pace really, really at the end of the accelerometer. We are breaking new records here. The ball bouncing back and forth like nobody's business. Shallow's pre-jump this. Reads it very, very well indeed. Shane not quite able to do anything on this occasion. Linsk stuck in the corner, plays it back towards Shane.
Oh,
Can't
no.
get the shot off though. Futura looks to play this one slow. Play it middle once again. Carbon Zero loving their middle plays at the minute. Been quite working for them as it stands. Futura can't win that one, and Linsk has to keep it in the blue half. Does well. Spectre though up quickest next. Straight to Shane it goes though. Again, a really nice back and forth between the two in this blue half. Exactly what it's in. The pre-flip from Linsk. Not quite getting there. Shane now in a 1v3 with Rob taking it to the air. What can he do with it?
No
Really
way!
from Rob. And it's a great goal for him. So cleverly played. Knew he had the time, knew he had the space to re-1.
Yeah, look at this bump here. So clever. So clever. Oh my God, Rob. That was such an intelligent play. It looked like it was all kind of flash, but he knew exactly what was going on. He knew exactly where that defender was at all times. And this just looks like it might be a kickoff goal. 4-1 to me and the boys here. This is getting a little bit scary now for Carbon Zero.
Yeah, it's a big moment, and it's a great moment for all me and the boys fans out there. It's tricky. It's a silly goal at this level. You don't expect kick-off goals, but they do happen. They happen at all levels of the game.
Yes,
and here we are, once again, witnessing one, and a pretty devastating one, I think it's fair to say, at this stage of the game. 4-1 with just over a minute to go. I wouldn't say I'd fancy Carbon Zero's chances too much, but they have time. We'll see what they can make out of it, get a couple of goals, prove that they're still able to go toe-to-toe and compete in this match. Shane, with a chance off the wall, the ball pings out into his back to Shane, it goes, can't quite get it on target. And Sam, I know you've said it before, but I think the one thing you'd criticise from this Carbon Zero performance, yes, conceding 4 goals isn't great, but only scoring 1 with the chances they've had is also pretty poor.
I know, there's just been so much, like, just inches, millimeters away just to get it into the back of the net, like, you know. I mean, we saw 3 post and crossbar bounce outs on the side of Carbon Zero in the last game, and I haven't been counting this game, but it's probably about the same, which would have kept us into an even game. So it entirely, I don't know, you know, tournament jitters. This is the winners final, but look, as I'm talking about it, Futura has no problem with accuracy whatsoever, just puts it in. Really nice layup there from Shane. Bet him with the 50 and then bumped out the last man. Really clever play. Shane,
yeah, really nice from Shane. Did a lot of hard work. Shows the Carbon Zero are by no means out of this. Fair play to them for sticking with it, seeing the game out and getting their extra goal. That's what they want. That's what they want to see, to prove that they can score a handful.
No way. Are we about to see it? Are we about to see the Reddit play? Question mark.
There's 7 seconds left. I dare to dream right now, but I'm just Carbon Zero. They know exactly what they want to do on this next kickoff. Me and the boys, they got to get this one right. Shallow in the hot seat right now. Linsk on the other end of it. Let's see how this one goes. It's pretty neutral. If Futura's not going to get there. The 50 goes up the wall. It's not a good start from Carbon Zero. Spectre with the challenge. Rob surely going to leave that one go. He's going to play it up the wall. He's going to keep this one up. He doesn't care at all. But eventually it drops down. Looking to bait one in. And that will be game 2 to me and the boys. But again, Carbon Zero really going toe-to-toe at times. Giving them a match. Not letting them relax at all.
Yeah, I mean, just look at the last 30 seconds of that game. Carbon Zero put in 2 goals within about 15 seconds of each other. Really just solid play all over the pitch. Like really good midfield passes between the Carbon Zero boys just right at the end of that game. And if we can see more of that going into game 3, we are going to see a much happier Carbon Zero fan base here in the chat.
Absolutely, and I think that's one thing's been missing. And to be fair, a lot of these chances, it's easy to say they hit the post and they should have gone in. They are also coming at them very quickly. There's little time to react. They got to be right place, right time every single second of the 5 minutes. And that is certainly not an easy thing to do. Me and the boys, of course, have been dominant throughout the monthly tournaments. They've been so good, picking up a couple of wins, another couple of grand finals here and there. They are not easy opponents to play against, and we'll see what they can come out with. See if, you know, Carbon Zero, if they can surprise us, do anything different, do anything interesting. Saw a lot of physical plays from me and the boys, which I was surprised by. We'll see if we get more of the same, or whether there's a change once again of what they do. Rob not really able to take the one out of the corner. Instead it goes
No
low.
way.
And again, though, we've seen this before. Carbon Zero with a very quick start to the game.
Yeah, just coming out of the gate swinging. That was such a clever idea to go really low, because in that situation when he's so close, you expect it to just be a, you know, high into one of the corners. So you have to pre-jump it at that level, and just low and hard. Keep it going.
Rob not able to use his one's experience on that occasion. Shallow trying to play this one out of the corner, looking for the air dribble, gets a slippery step and plays it low anyway. Deceiving a lot of Carbon Zero defenders there. Shane gets beaten to the ball there. The ball bounces middle, but Linsk is first on the scene, knocks it away to the left-hand side. Spectre, though, able to cover that one in Futura. An awkward spot. Just about gets control of the ball, but not for long there as Rob knocks it off the backwood. Again, Linsk is the one to knock it away, but only as far as Shallow. And again, a lot of pressure here from the main boys. Now they're a goal down. They know they need to make something happen. They need to start winning.
Yeah, I like this. Just a little bit of a shift, a little bit of a mentality shift here. Carbon Zero have just nailed their flag to the mast and said, you know, we can beat you guys. Like, this is exactly what we're going to do. They just need that aggression. Well, I think I might have just cast it cursed there. I was very scared.
Future with a big chance here, can't make out of it. Linz goes for the challenge and Shallow's beating him to it. Oh, it's a bit of a disaster from Carbon Zero. And once again, they're gonna let the lead slip here. Unfortunately, Linz, for some reason I feel like we've talked about him more than any other player on stream on this occasion, has unfortunately cost an error there. And Carbon Zero back to 1-1. We know they can score, we know they can pull it out. 3 minutes 30, plenty of time to do it. I don't think this game is settled at all.
No, definitely not. Me and the boys and Carbon Zero have both shown that it doesn't matter what time in the match they can score these goals.
We'll see here. Shallow, calm and composed as always. Trying to take it off the wall, not going to happen. Shane trying to play it middle, gets a pass. Spectre, I don't think anyone expected that. Shallow suddenly in a 1v1 against Futura. Futura does well to stand his ground, make the challenge early. Spectre takes it high, not going to happen. Linsk not able to get it very far as Shallow again turns it around into the corner. It goes and past Linsk, it goes Rob with a shooting opportunity, but Shane shuts it down pretty quick. Nice little flick away there from Linsk off the back one. Futura pushed up high but able to recover straight away. Looking to play it towards Shane, but instead goes alone on this occasion, looking for the dribble, gets the demo from Shallow though, and instead it's going to be a big counter up as Rog knocks one on target. It's not to be though. So Futura off the sidewall and away, and I just feel like this game is simmering down a bit. The opportunities weren't quite what they used to be. Everyone's just being a bit more cautious with what they do now.
No way. Oh, that's so unfortunate. That's so unfortunate. Yeah, really, really good idea here, but he's going to be kicking himself just a little bit here now.
Yeah, I think it's time I stop talking. I retire here. Talk about this game simmering down and playing a bit more defensively, and then that. I have no words right now. Futura just caught out, not quite aware of what the situation was, and suddenly,
oh no!
I have to say that is a fantastic goal from me and the boys. Rob playing a blinder here off the wall, off the ceiling, getting there ahead of Futura, I think it was. Spectre with a very nice shot. We've seen him do it over and over again, and it's 3-1 now to me and the boys in this game 3.
Yeah, 3-1. Okay, Dave, if you could say, if you're sitting in the Carbon Zero Discord call as their coach, what do you say to them here at this point?
Really hard to know. I think they need to keep it just a little more simple, but of course, you know, that would maybe be my perspective on things. But I think they gotta just think more defensively. I know you don't want to do that. You'd much rather put your opposition on the back foot. But the reality of the situation is they're conceding goals from mistakes and from trying to overextend, and I can commend that. I totally commend that. I think that's what they have to do. They have to bring the fight to this team. But I think they've just gone slightly too far in that direction, and they're paying the price for it, because only that last goal, in this game at least, only that last goal was actually a spectacular goal where me and the boys needed to show their quality. The others were a lot more straightforward, and most teams could have scored it if you played, you know, the way they're playing.
Yeah, absolutely.
But we'll see. A minute and 10 to go. There's still time. There's still plenty of time for them to get back into this. Futura with a chance here, surely leaves it for Shallow to clear, and then Shallow leaves it for Rod. There's all maze and the whole hokey pokey in out nonsense going on, and eventually.
No way! That was the nicest redirect I think I've seen in Rocket League in a while. Look at this. Backwards, just a little bit of a doink. Had it on target, just put Shane in a place where he was never going to stop that second shot coming in. 4-1, Carbon Zero. They've taken the wind right out of their sails here. I don't know if Carbon Zero, they just need a total reset here, I think.
Absolutely. I mean, look, it's a really nice play. The touch from Shallow, the flick it behind him and towards the orange net was beautiful. One of those I'd certainly put down in the cultured category of touches we've seen so far. But look, Carbon Zero, they got to reset, they got to go again. Like you say, they're going to have to basically reverse sweep now at this point. 30 seconds to go and 4-1 down. I can't imagine too much change in the scoreline. Not enough anyway to really upset things. Rob though, they're in this one away. Final 15 seconds inbound. We'll see what they can do. Shallow not quite able to reach the pass. I don't think he quite expected the speed of it, but a dangerous, decisive pass nonetheless it was. And again, Carbon Zero just getting demoed out of nowhere. Lid's able to sort of return the favour, but get nowhere near the ball. Futura and Shane having to go up together. Lid's got a very handy pre-flip sideways, but in the end, that is going to be the game here. Futura and Shane not interested in the ball whatsoever on that final second. That is game 3. Obviously, it's the best of 7. I mean, Sam, game 4 is surely on the cards at this point.
I mean, it's very difficult if you're sitting in Carbon Zero's camp to break down, because it seems like everything that they tried, if they tried the kind of longer game, if they tried a little bit more aggressive and up in the face, me and the boys just have an answer for it. They just seem to have an answer for absolutely everything that Carbon Zero are trying to do here. I don't know. I honestly, it's very difficult to kind of to break it down into one thing that Carbon Zero can do to bring it back, but they can score on this team. Like, you know, it's not a problem there. There's just the pieces are kind of falling apart, even though they're put together well and stuff. I don't know. I'm a little bit confused as to why me and the boys are showing this dominance here.
I think we're seeing a very interesting game where fundamentally both teams' attack is better than the defense, and that's not uncommon. That's, I'd say, incredibly common. And I think Carbon Zero's attack is on par with me and the boys' defense. They're consistently getting 1 or 2 goals, especially early in the game. But me and the boys' attack, I think, is just, especially when they start to go up the gears, which they seem to do after a minute or 2 in the games, then we really see that they are just a different quality right now. And again, this time, it is me and the boys starting off quickly. Spectre looking to make something fancy happen off the corner, not to be shallow, looking to play it middle. It's not going to happen on this occasion. Rob with a very nice touch, and back to him it goes. Spectre nearly gets out in time. And again, Carbon Zero really scrambling in these first 30 seconds.
Yeah, it was almost the opposite in the last game. Carbon Zero usually come out of the gate absolutely with just tons of energy. Maybe it's because it is their potential final chance here in the winner's bracket that they kind of want to just chill out a little bit more, you know, think about the plays rather than just burning them and stuff. I don't know. This is although here we go, nice little play here from Spectre is gonna have no issues there with that.
Yeah, I was going to say, dangerous giving Futura time and space, but Spectre with a very clever challenge from the blind side. Able to get that one away to safety. Rob with a nice 50, but it's going to bounce out in front to goal. Spectre does well. Oh, a bit of miscommunication there between Shane and Liz, but eventually does get swept by Futura, but not for long. Spectre racing down that right-hand side for his team, but again, it goes away in the other direction, and the ball just creeping wide. Shallow, able to read that one well off some backward, takes it past 2. Rob with a nice touch on the backboard with Futura, reading that one very, very well and clears the danger for now. Able to pinch it away off the wall and continue to follow this. Futura acting like a one-man army at the minute. It's not going to be for very long as Shallow has had enough, knocked it away to the halfway line where Shane is waiting. Spectre knocking the back in Futura once again with the return. Rob with an opportunity here to knock it forward into it. Spectre, that's a great touch of Spectre. What a finish that is. One of the best we've seen today.
That was such a nice little redirect. Spectre is showing time and time again that he can hit those 99% of the time. Such great confidence in his own play as well.
Unbelievable stuff, and absolutely, like you say, a lot of confidence to go for that. You know, there's still a lot at stake. If he misses that play, he's out of position, things could go wrong. Phenomenal stuff. None of that was in his head. He thought, I'm scoring. Up he went, bang, in 1-0. 3 minutes to go for Carbon Zero to bring this back. Otherwise, that is this game done and dusted, and losers bracket they go. Let's see here what they can respond to. We've seen them score in pretty much every other game. Let's see, can they do it in this one and at least, you know, stay away from having a clean sheet against their name. Rob, though, playing that one middle and doing very well for himself. Spectre, off the corner goes Shane, taking a lot of time over this, looking for the dribble, knowing he had the time to do it as well. Good awareness from him. Looks like Rob's going to race for this one. Up the wall, wins that race against Linsky as well. Shallow off corner goes Spectre up very early indeed. Shane, though, up early as well to see the danger away. Linsky follows on with the clear. Spectre with a lot of time here, but that ball not exactly the ideal spot for him. And Rob this time with the touch on. And Rob and Spectre really, really connecting well right now.
Yeah, I was about to say Rob is looking for the Spectre shot right there. That little redirect from under the ball. So nice, so difficult to defend against as well. Really, really hard shot to save.
It really does generate a lot of power, and I think people who've watched the monthlies and have seen the other tournaments until now, I don't think they'll be too surprised by this. I think Shallow has always been slightly more of the defensive backbone of this team. As I say, arguably should have scored there, but Rob following it up. But I think Shallow's always been kind of the steady one in this team and allows Spectre and Rob to just go do their thing.
Yeah, and that you need that in especially a team like me and the boys, you know. Spectre and Rob are always going to be going up for every ball almost, you know, and just trying the big stuff. And Shallow is just kind of, you know, holding down the fort and stuff. And, you know, he definitely rounds out the team absolutely perfect. But then, I mean, he can still put the balls away, and we have seen it in this set before. Shallow is nothing to sniff at. It's not that he's any worse, he just plays a different role in this team.
Undoubtedly, Shallow is a quality player. You know, you put me in that team, I don't think you get the same outcome. I'll put it to you that way. But we'll move on. Minute 10 to go. 2-0 to me and the boys. Carbon are very much in trouble right now. I would be surprised to not see them score at all in this game. But stranger things have happened. Nice infield bounce for Shane, but unfortunately gets blocked down very quick. Shallow up early once again, and a nice block down. Can't really find Spectre with it, but he will second time of asking. Shane just awkward there in the midfield, trying to be a nuisance and a presence there, but not for very long. Futura with the opportunity to clear out wide. Lintz hovering wide, looking for the pass. It's not to be though, as Spectre on this occasion plays it off the sidewall. Rob onto the post it goes. So unlucky from them. 30 seconds remaining now. Carbon 0. Looking to just get something out of this, a little bit of credibility. Not that they've disgraced themselves at all, but just a little something to see this game out with. A nice lofted ball here, but Rob gonna flick it wide. Futura can't really do much of that. Lintz with a 50 does not go his way. Spectre knocking it over one, knocking it over two, can't get on target. Rob with the clear this time. 10 seconds left, and Shallow's got to get that one. Futura knocks it over, very smart from him. Spectre second best, and I feel like that has been the story in this game. Me and the boys winning every second ball when it matters. Sure, it's going to hit zero. Rob knocking one last one near the goal, and that'll be the game and the series. The first best of 7 so far goes in the way of me and the boys.
Yeah, and a total sweep as well. I mean, I don't think anybody expected that one. Huge big sweep coming on the side of me and the boys. Obviously, it was going to be, me and the boys were the favourites coming into this, but to see it go 4-0 is very, very shocking. Like I didn't expect it. Now I thought Carbon Zero definitely had a chance to take 2 or maybe even 3 games, bring it to a game 7. But to get the 4-0, man, that's big now as well for me and the boys, because they could just get to sit in grand finals for the next bit as all of the losers matches play out, and they can practice, they can watch the games, they can read different strats and stuff that whoever they're going to be playing in grand finals is going to be using.
Absolutely, it'd be a very interesting dynamic there. They'll have their cool down period and whatnot. I'm sure they'll get into the ice bath nice and quick, get themselves cooled down, ready to go for the next one. But it'll be interesting to see how they progress, and of course we will see Carbon Zero once again in the losers final. So plenty of them still to play for, without a shadow of a doubt, and they'll have to regroup, get themselves motivated to go again in a short amount of time. But that is all for us for the moment. Sam, it's been a pleasure. I think this is where we see you off for now. I hope you've enjoyed your experience here with Wild. If you want to give them one last shout out and anything else you'd like to say about the tournament before we close out for a break.
I just want to say Rocket League Ireland, check out that. A little bit of Wild as well. Definitely check those boys out. Type !Wild in the chat. It's very, very cool of the dudes to be putting on big shows like this, you know, and putting out some big prize pools and stuff.
Absolutely. Well, listen, well said, and thank you very much from me and everyone at All Ireland. See you very, very soon.
And welcome back to the WRS Major Finals. I'm Marky Mark. Absolute pleasure to be joining you for this last little stretch of the evening. Of course, I am joined by the one, the only, the man with a forehead as big as a 5 head, Dave Forehead. Hello, my friend.
Hello, Marky. Thank you very much for the introduction. I'll try take it in the best of lights and the best of compliments. But yeah, look, it's been a phenomenal day, Rockley, so far. Absolutely super stuff. Since 2 o'clock today. I hope you've been paying attention. I hope you've been enjoying the matches so far, and I'm hoping for much more of the same.
Yeah, I've been having a great time so far watching the matches. Some really close ones so far. And of course, we did have a 3-0, which is, never like to see it, but it does happen. And, we're going to have some fun with this one. I think it's going to be a great match. We have Carbon Zero versus Hoovers, a repeat, actually, of the WRS number 4 final. So it's going to be an interesting one to see what happens. Of course, one player is here that wasn't here last time, and that is, of course, Linsk.
Yeah, and I mean, look, Linsk has played well today overall. I think once or twice he got caught out by me and the boys, but he's far from a bad player. Obviously, if he's playing at this level and Carbon Zero playing at this level, I think it'd be interesting. Hoovers obviously will want revenge. Carbon Zero won that the first time round, but I think Linsk is having a very good day today overall. I think some people look at him and expect him to be the weaker player in the team. I haven't seen that too much today. I think it'll be a very even game. I think it'll be a very even game.
Yeah, I think I saw someone in chat earlier on say that Linsk is built different, and so far today he has certainly looked like he's been built different. But then we've also got Hoovers, who are no slouch themselves. Smoke, Star, and Trace, some really talented players in that team, Dave.
Oh, absolutely, 100%. These guys are very attack-minded team overall. Defense is very much a second thought, but that's what we like to see. They're very talented mechanically. They really know what they want to do. They're very exciting to watch. It'll be interesting to see how they approach this game. Obviously, Carbon Zero maybe another step up from the other teams they've played so far. They did beat Baba Booey on their way here though, which I think for me is a very impressive victory, and maybe not something that everyone would have predicted in their bracket, or just even if you saw those lineups.
Yeah, I'm raging that Baba Booey did make it to that losers semi-final because I had them losing the curry noodles. So I'm already wrong, but everything else I've been correct about so far. How about you? How's your prediction going? Did you make a prediction, or did you not say lose since your staff?
Yeah, exactly, because I'm staff. Definitely not because I want to, not make a fool about myself. But yeah, no, I've not made a prediction. That's always a dangerous game for sure. I know what you're gonna say next though. You will ask me for the result in this game, and I think it's only fair that I put my neck on the line. Now that we're here, I think Carbon Zero will take this, but I certainly don't think it'll be a sweep.
No, definitely not. How
My
do you think?
prediction.
How do you think they're going to recover from that 4-0 sweep though themselves? I mean, it's always difficult to be in that position. How do you feel they're going to do?
It's difficult, and I think they'll be disappointed, especially to be swept. But I don't think they'll be too concerned with the result too much. I think to an extent that's nearly what they expected, and I know that sounds harsh, but me and the boys have been really top quality over the previous months. So I'm not sure if it'll really dent their confidence too much going into this.
Yeah, I mean the boys have definitely been the team to beat that have been playing this fairly so far. And so it's not a shame to lose 4-0 to them. And some of them games were close. Some of the games weren't so close, but at times Carbon Zero really showing how good they were. And Hoovers really have to step up here. Baba Booey, game 5 overtime, that might drain them a little bit. But I'm going to say Hoovers. I've got them predicted, so I'm going to stick with my prediction. I'm going to say Hoovers are going to win it.
Okay, bold move. I like it. Something for each of us to root for going into this series. Not a problem. And of course, let's not forget, it is a best of 7 once again, so it'll go a long way, one way or another. I don't think either of us expect a sweep really, but yeah, it's funny. I think Hoovers really do bring an exciting element to this from our point of view and from all the spectators' point of view as well, because they really throw themselves into it, and they really go for all-out attack. Carbon Zero, we kind of saw them do that in the first couple of games against me and the boys, but I think this will be a slightly more reserved performance from them. I think they'll be ready to just kind of soak up a little bit more pressure and do a lot more counter attack.
We are all set to go here. This one should be a bit of a clash of styles. Maybe defense versus offense could be that. Carbon Zero, of course, will be hoping to redeem themselves after that loss. Hoovers looking to continue on their amazing lower bracket run and go all the way to the grand final. Only team so far today, Dave, that have taken games off me and the boys, though.
Yeah, absolutely, and that is something worth mentioning and worth being commended. We saw in the previous series here on stream that me and the boys, they're not quick starters, and obviously Hoovers took advantage of that, and it'd be interesting to see can they do the same here.
Yes, indeed. Well, a bit of a neutral start here. Both teams having a little bit of offense early on. Trace here trying to fake that one out, couldn't quite manage it. Future right out, taking the ball up, looking to clear that one in his lines, but there again is Smokes to make sure that it happens. A bit of offensive pressure here right now for the team. And Orange at the shot coming off the post. What an effort that was, trying to just put it under Shane, but Shane getting away with one there. Luckily, Linsk now trying to win that 50, has managed to win that collision very nicely indeed as the ball flies out to Trace, and Carbon Zero here having a bit of pressure now, having to defend a little bit. And so far the defense has been pretty solid.
Yeah, defense has been decent, but as you say that, they're conceding shots. It's a nice save for Future, but they want to be careful. If that shot's better placed, that's the problem. And we saw Trace as well on stream one point. He was immense when it came to the attacking side of the game. He was so good at things that they really are going to have to keep an eye on his movements and what he gets up to.
Absolutely. Well, beautiful start here so far. Carbon Zero just spending a lot of time there in their half here, having to really defend resolutely. As I say, just the shots right now. But of course, that happens early in every game. The shots won't be perfect early on. In the first minute or so, you're trying to feel out the defense, trying to get a kind of a snuff on your opponents, get a read on them. And that's what we're seeing here so far as Smokes here trying in the corner to work that. But Stars, he was looking for Trace, but Trace backed off, didn't believe he could win that one. And Lynx now here with a chance. Smokes is back, will clear this one to the corner. Again, just boost being secured right now by the team in orange, which is really important. The boost here could be a massive vital thing. We saw Carbon Zero at times on stream being a bit boost starved. They have to make sure that doesn't happen again, Dave.
Absolutely, I think that could be a huge point in this game, is the boost. Carbon Zero, they don't strike me as the type of team to prioritise that kind of thing. I think that thing will be really important to Hoovers and how they want to play.
Remember as well, everyone, you can still get your channel point predictions in chat. Make sure you do that. Vote for the team you think is going to win. Get those channel points. It's always good having a good stock of them in stock, just in case All Ireland do ever add something really nice and tasty to it. And even then, you can unlock the emotes if you're not a sub. But if you're not a sub, why aren't you subbed already? Sub now. We continue on anyway as we play on. Trace off the backboard here, but Linsk is there to make the stop. Trace again here. He's all over the park. That's one side to the other. Fuchera, lovely control, but losing that on the second touch there. Couldn't quite get the read. Still 0-0 though. And Dave, neither team really having that final conviction shot that will really show us who's going to be taking this one.
No, absolutely not. For all the pressure that this orange side have had, they really haven't been able to, make any conclusive shots or anything particularly dangerous out of it. It's been awkward and it's been uncomfortable for Carbon Zero to watch, and I'm sure their fans are nervous and biting at the fingernails. But it hasn't really come to much, and there's no been top corner shots. There's no big demos. I think they're just missing a little bit of ruthlessness right now.
Definitely disruption plays are something that I thought would come out, because we saw that a bit from me and the boys. They were using that to ruthless efficiency against Carbon Zero, really taking them out of the plays, setting up those channels for the passings and the shots. And right now we haven't really seen that as much from Hoovers. Perhaps, of course, they were, just after Game 5 victory themselves, so they didn't really have much chance to watch that stream because they were still battling to stay in this lower bracket. Of course, the winner of this will go on to the grand final, will secure themselves a very nice, tasty prize pool. I think it's €270, €210 if I'm correct. Though a lot of money to be won just by winning this game. The loser, of course, will get €90. They'll take home third place, but massive difference between 210 and €90.
Oh, undoubtedly. Yeah, I mean, I do maths. You don't need me to tell you that. But it's true. It's huge, and I'm sure that'll be on the players' minds. That, this is it. This is crunch time now. You make the grand final, or you don't. You get that level of money, or you don't. And don't forget, that's minimum. That's only second place, I think you mentioned just there. So it's, there's a long way to go for both these teams in terms of how they approach it. And you can tell that, though. I think you can tell the hesitation that these players are having based on the fact it's still 0-0 after nearly 5 minutes.
It is a best of 7 as well, so this game 1 isn't as vital as the game 1 and those best of 5s are. If you lose this game 1, it's not a big deal. You still got loads of chances to get back in. If you lose it a best of 5, kind of under pressure already to win the game because you don't want to be facing series points within 2 games. That cannot happen in the best of 7. But we're in for the long slog here. You feel that using this game 1 just to beat each other out. Maybe a 0-second goal here to come out to win it. Not quite yet. But chance for Cherries couldn't quite keep the ball going. Shane will try to keep this one up. And right now here, Carbon Zero with their biggest extended pressure of the series. And it's coming at the 0 minutes. But they let the ball drop. No boost to work with. And we go to overtime.
Yeah, a bit of a shame to leave them, let the ball drop like that, but great to see from Carbon Zero because they're under pressure for a lot of that game, and you'd expect them to want to get to overtime as quickly as possible, but they're like, no, we know we can score, we have a chance in this, and they really kept it up and they kept it going. I hope we'll see more of the same in overtime. I think they have their game plan sussed right now.
Yeah, Carbon Zero finally starting to get pressure. Lovely bump play there. I took a nice little clearance from the defender to make sure that one wasn't falling down nicely for Shane, who was lurking in net. Lovely effort here by Shane, trying to put that one on. Trace though, knock into the corner and Smokes will be able to take this one up out. Flips it by 1, but Shane is there just to get a nice touch. Only as far as Trace tries to force the 50, but Trace managed to win that collision as well. And right now the collisions are going 50-50, Dave. Neither team really able to win them massively.
Yep, absolutely, and you know, I don't want to, curse any of the players here, but it strikes you as the type of game that will come down to an individual error or moment of absolute brilliance. I think these teams are very evenly matched. I agree, the 50s, sometimes they go orange way, sometimes they go blue way, and that's just how it's going to be. I think we're waiting for that one moment of magic from someone.
Yeah, well, going to be here as Linz clears into the corner. Not the greatest of touches there, but Stars. So limits his chance, but Linz missing the ball. Fichera was waiting for the pass. That was a big opportunity, gonna begging. Shane now trying to get that one by, but that's a nice play by Smokes. Read that one all the way. Linz having to work from his own corner now. Does well to win that 50, put it back in the midfield. Another 50 coming out. Fichera winning that one. That's going to relieve the pressure for now. Shot coming on, but it's going to be just wide from that 50 play. A lot of 50, saying a lot of 50, a lot. I should say collisions more. Smokes coming across here. Nice effort from Fichera is there to make sure that doesn't happen. Shane with the shot. The demo in net from, I think it was Smokes. And in the back of the net it goes. And Hoover has win game 1.
Yeah, it's brilliant. Smokes has probably been Hoover's most tactically aware player, positionally aware, and he's shown it again. It's such good intelligence to go for the flick and then just drive at the defense. Great win and goal. Sure, maybe not the flashy play we wanted, but so well deserved. Brilliant from them, and that is game 1 settled.
Yeah, well, it doesn't have to be flashy. Sometimes those tactically aware decisions, those disruption plays can work absolutely brilliantly, and Smokes was aware that he could find that pass to Star. Once he did, then he knew he could set up the opportunity to get the demo on net. But a very, very tactically interesting game 1. A lot of time Hoover's in control, probably deserved their win ultimately, but near the end, Carbon Zero really starting to come back into it, Dave.
Absolutely, yeah, and it was great to see that Carbon Zero really started to turn things around. Really, really useful for them, and I think they'll feel a bit of confidence that they had chances and they had their moments in this game. They weren't totally outplayed, and it was definitely, they did well. They did well to stay in the game for as long as they did with the amount of defending they had to do. They didn't look massively under pressure, outpaced, which I think you'd expect when you have to defend for such long periods of time. And I think that will give them a lot of confidence and a really good chance in the next couple of games.
Well, we're moving on to Forbidden Temple for game number 2. Of course, if we go all the way to game 7, we will be going to that most famous of arenas, Champions Field, where, of course, the famous names hang from the rafters, but still a lot of Rocket League to go in the meantime, as Linz will take up the mantle here early on. Trying to get this one by Smokes, but Smokes won't allow that to happen. Lovely air control from Smokes. He gets a demo on Fichera after Fichera managed to get a nice little touch on that ball. And the demos now really started to come out, Dave, and that's a sign perhaps both teams aware disruption plays could be the key to winning this series.
Absolutely, it's a huge sign of intent for players to start committing themselves forward and really go for plays like that. I think it's a good decision just to try to shake things up from the last game, because we saw, how few goals are going in, how many few chances realistically actually produced off of that. So I think it's good to have that change and just see what's about to happen.
Star almost making a huge mistake there. He just went up for that ball, missed it, and he's very lucky the crossbar was in the way. Smokes trying to get that one down, but Shane clears it away. Long range clear. Star, nice touch into the corner. We'll have a chance to follow, but can't do it. Linz with the shot. It's a good save from Trace. That one was going bottom corner. It was a nice effort. And, maybe if top corners, no one's getting to that one, but a difficult one to hit at all for Shane. And he did very, very well indeed. Fichera tried to keep the attack going, and an extended period of pressure here now for Carbon Zero. So he didn't really see much of in game 1. Shane, the ceiling. He's got the flip still, but he couldn't quite use it. Couldn't get under that ball to use that flip. Fichera Try and get this one past center to Linsk, but Linsk, sorry, Viterra just couldn't quite get the ball. And right now, Carbon Zero are having their best period, the best spell of the series so far.
Yeah, absolutely. They're really hemming this orange team in, this Hoover's team in at the moment. Trace obviously on the ball right now. He's looked like he's struggled to get the ball away at times. So has Smoke, so has Star. It's not been the most comfortable the first 2 minutes, and I think this is exactly what we want to see from Carbon Zero from a neutral perspective, to really see them push on and try and make something happen in this game.
Yeah, well, of course, we had 5 minutes without a goal last time. We're gone 2 minutes already without one, and those first 90 seconds can be really important, Dave, and we haven't really seen a goal in those first 90 seconds. Usually, in 90 seconds, you see one goal, and that allows one team to kind of, it shapes up the game, makes the storylines more interesting, and makes the narrative more interesting. But we haven't really seen goals in the first 90 seconds this one so far, and that is quite odd for Rocket League.
Yeah, that is surprising. Rocket League is not a particularly low-scoring game compared to some other things, and it really is. Yeah, it's odd that we're seeing this low-scoring game, but it's testament to the players. Hoovers are defending well. Carbon Zero have defended well most of the time. They haven't had to do much defending. As I say, that thing's got a bit ropey there, but overall it is testament how well these guys are playing, and it shows. The nerves are there, and they know this is the big stage, and if it goes wrong, this is the biggest stage they'll be playing on today.
Absolutely. Well, the grand final beckons for one of these teams, of course. They're both battling to get there, so a lot on the line. Not just money, but also pride and opportunity to take down the #1 seed, and me and the boys who have gone through pretty much unscathed so far. But Hoovers and Carbon Zero will have their eyes on taking them down. Of course, if they win this, whoever wins this series will have to win 3 best-of-7 series in a row, including this one, to win that money and be crowned WRS champions, which makes it more difficult. Linsk will be past center. Oh! Viterra was there, but he just couldn't quite get the flip in at the right time. Didn't have enough boost to work with there. Real opportunity gone a begging. Linsk there just waiting. Baited in the challenge. Nicely done. Viterra now keeping this one going. Nice control. Really nice control, but that's a good challenge from Star. And then Star gets a big demo on Shane. And well, right now here, just a few mistakes creeping in for both teams, and a few opportunities gone a begging for both teams, Dave. What do you think is going to be the big factor in this next minute, 20 seconds that decides it?
I think it's nerves. I think the guys are really struggling now. Everyone seems to be going at 200 miles an hour, but not really getting any effective hits. But finally, Hoovers managed to break out of their shell and get the first goal of this game. It's been a long time coming, but I don't think many people saw it going in the blue goal.
Yeah, Links there, just a little bit off rotationally. He was looking for a boost perhaps, and just left the front post open, and that just allowed that one to creep into the back of the net, and that makes it 1-0. And Hoover's now in a very strong position. Big demo there by Viterra on Star, but nobody following that one up for Carbon Zero, who have had the most of the pressure in this game, but are still trailing, and that's a testament to the defense. Oh, but the chance off the post from Viterra, and Star with the shot. Can it be saved? Oh, it's off the post again. The post getting in the way of everyone right now. Big demo, and the shot coming in, it's saved. And Royal, we've gone from a very defensive game to all-out attack, Dave.
What an incredible phase of play. Linsk from 0 to hero there as he missed the first one and somehow recovered to get around the second shot. Carbon Zero got 30 seconds left to make something happen. It really is all-out attack, like you say.
Indeed it is. Viterra trying to get that one past to Shane. Shane is there now. Lovely control. Takes this one up. That's great air control. That's a nice challenge by Smokes. Viterra, the pass center, but Linsk was a bit too center for that one. He was expecting to go more center. The pass not perhaps hard enough, as hard as he would like. 10 seconds left here. Is there going to be another 1-0 victory? Or is there a twist in this tail late on? Smokes. Nice play. Star is there trying to spike this one down now. Can he do it? Yes, he can. Hoovers go 2-0 up in the series.
Well, how about that? Hoover's playing phenomenally. Almost the opposite of what we saw last time, where Carbon Zero soaked up so much pressure and then sprung right at the end. This time it was Hoover's. Played really, really well defensively at times. Sure, it was very compact, all in a really close space, but they did so well to keep Carbon Zero out for so long. And in the end, I mean, I suppose they really did get the rewards. Just a 1 goal in it once again. And I'm enjoying this. I'm enjoying this change of pace from the high scoring stuff I had before. Now there's a lot of tension, and every single goal is going to matter.
Yeah, it's great as well. If you're a fan of defensive Rocket League, this is a hell of a series for you, because there's been so much good defending. It was actually just a little rotational error from Carbon Zero that allowed that ball to go into the back of the net on their end. So defense is really winning the day so far, but you don't often see it in Rocket League. Usually we talk about the offense a lot, but the defense today has been really what's carried the day so far in this series.
Absolutely, and the defense from both teams at different points in the series has been immense, and I think Carbon Zero can feel a little bit hard done by to be 2 series down, considering they've had one game where they're defending a lot and one game they're attacking a lot, and they still end up on the wrong side of the result. Obviously, we're talking about best of 7. There's still time. It's 2-0. Obviously, not great from their point of view, but there's time for them to bring it back. You know, Hoovers haven't got their 3rd win yet. There's plenty for them to experiment and change with without having to be too nervous in this game.
Yeah, well, you don't want to be going 3-0 down in the best of 7. Of course, the big thing to note is that they only lost 6 games in a row. So, you know, they want to win this game, stop that bleeding, Dave, as soon as possible, because losing 6 games in a row in Rocket League is not a position you want to be in.
No, it would not be great for confidence, to say the very least. So I think you make a very, very good point there that they want to get 1 on the board and get themselves moving again. And as I say that, nice chance, but not to be.
Yeah, Star having to come across and make a very, very good stop there. Good bump as well. Allows his teammate to take over the ball. Fajera up now. Lovely control here. Trying to get down, but ran out of boost, unfortunately. Couldn't keep that one going. Linsk getting demoed, but managed to kill the ball a little bit. That takes the pace off it. Allows Shane to come across and make a play on it. Even if 50, it's still what he wants. Lovely play off the backboard. Here's an opportunity, but Fajera is there again. I think that was good to hit the crossbar regardless, but still really nice play with the ball cleared out. Nice bump on the line. Well, it's a carbon copy of game 1 right now here. Hoover starting out really strongly.
Yeah, and rightly so. I mean, I'm sure they must be confident after winning their last game. You know, I think the defense is not their strong suit normally. So the fact that they were able to do that for vast majority of the last game and took them out on top will do them the world of good. And I'm sure they're really feeling confident and comfortable in terms of what they can do right now.
Absolutely. Well, we continue on here. The long range clear. Shane has to get up. Shane, though, not the best of touches off the ceiling. Not what he wanted there. He would have wanted to continue that one on. Perhaps put it off the ceiling a little bit further along. Smokes here having to go back. Nice play there. Just baits one in. Trying to win that 50, but never really had a chance at it. Linsk, lovely play off the backboard, but Trace is there to make sure nothing will happen. Trace has to buy 2 defenders in one go. Almost gets bumped, but now here an opportunity. He's trying to fake bait in the defenders. Double commit. And Carbon Zero right now here under a bit of the cosh. A lovely play, and that one's in from Star. 1-0, and Hoovers have the first goal again.
Yeah, it's a great finish from Star. I felt like he's been a bit quiet on the games we've had on stream so far, but he's done really, really well there. He has to get up quick. It's a difficult angle. It's a nice little finish off the wheels. Well done, that man. 3:10 left to go.
Yeah, still plenty of time for Carbon Zero, but they are still searching for their first goal in this series. We've played about 13 minutes of Rocket League now, and they have not yet got a goal, so that's going to be a bit concerning as well for them personally. You know, well, attempted flip reset from Star to clear that one out. Didn't really work out for him. Shane out on the backboard trying to get something going. Couldn't quite manage it there. Jarrett chasing this one down, but he's going to leave it for Linsk. Linsk just pushes this one right down to Star. Star with the shot on, but tame enough effort, and Shane was always there to cover it. Good rotations here in defense from the team in blue. They're trying to keep something going here, as a good effort there for Futera, but couldn't quite get it to go past the defender. Star with a big demo. Linsk, that's going to relieve the pressure for now. And here's another opportunity. Oh, the fake out, but it doesn't quite work out off the post. It was the attempted fake to show that the shot was not going to go in. Looking for the redirect perhaps, but left it, and off the post it went, and that was a big opportunity and a very smart play from Hoovers.
Yeah, absolutely. And well, Futura had a lot of nerve to leave that one. I found hard to believe he thought he was going to hit the post quite like that, but he obviously was confident in it going wide. And oh well, it just about paid off. But I mean, with 2 minutes to go now, we want to see Carbon Zero go up the gears. We want to see them push forward and try and make things happen, and make something different happen that we haven't seen yet.
Yes, indeed. Another save there by Star. Shane trying to get there first, but Trace gets in the way right now, and it's all hands to deck for the team in orange. Lovely passing play, but Shane's shot aids us wide. That one not quite hit hard enough, but gives his teammate a chance. Linsk has to be careful here, last man back, but his players call him off, saying they're back as well. Nice delaying tactics, lovely slowing down the play, and we don't see that a lot in Rocket League. You know, the third man really having to play that kind of role, but it's always beautiful when we do, Dave. We see a third man really adapting that third man role absolutely beautifully.
Yeah, absolutely. There's certainly an elegance to the art form, and it is great to see. I think there's a little bit too much of that maybe going on for Carbon Zero though right now. I think they need to to start taking 1 or 2 chances, especially as this clock kicks down.
1 minute left exactly now on the clock, and they need to find a way back into this one. If they lose, this is going to be facing series point. They have to do one of the hardest thing to do in Rocket League, which is come back from 3-0 down in the best 7 series. Can they manage it? Here's an effort. Oh, couldn't quite manage to get that one to go. A bit too high, and I don't know if Smokes would have got to that had it been on target. It was hit hard and hit with pace, but right now here, good defense and a team bump there from Carbon Zero. That's going to put them out of position. Shane trying to keep it going, but they had to retreat because that team bump puts them in an awkward position. A little bit of panic stations perhaps there, Dave.
Yeah, certainly so. You can see Carbon Zero running out of ideas a little bit, trying to play quicker and quicker, but sometimes you just can't force those things. But having said that, that's a huge mistake from Trace on the near post.
Yeah, it's a big loss here. He should be the favourite to win that one. Didn't quite manage it. Trace is there then on the near post as well, riding up the wall, but couldn't win that one either. And well, Carbon Zero from nothing have something, and they're absolutely delighted. Can they go on to win this game now? Make it 2-1. Make it very, very interesting indeed for the rest of the series. I think if Hoovers lose this game, they're going to be kicking themselves a little bit. Fitzgerald here from the chases and now Smokes trying to get something going on the backboard. That's a nice position though by Shane, aware that the demo attempt was going to come in if he didn't get that one absolutely right. And he did. 4 seconds left now. Carbon Zero clearing this one up the field. Trace trying to get something going. Last second opportunity. Smokes looking for the redirect. Never really going to get it. Shane always in control of that one. And we hit overtime, Dave, for the second time in 3 games.
Yeah, well, I mean, that just shows you how evenly matched these teams are. Sure, Carbon Zero slightly gifted that goal, but at the same time, I think they deserved it. They had a lot of ball in the orange half. It's, you know, it wasn't necessarily against the run of play, you'd say. And look, really impressive. It's great to see the 2 teams putting on a serious show for us.
Yes, indeed. Both teams here very close, very evenly matched, and you can tell that 2-0 perhaps a bit unfair in the scoreline, and it could be about to be 3-0 here. And you could say that would be probably a bit unfair on Carbon Zero, who've played very well so far. They just haven't quite been able to manage to find that chair, looking for the shot, but Smokes gets a good save. Shane trying to win a 50 there, but couldn't quite manage it. Trace now here will try to force another collision, wins it, but gets bumped, can't follow up. Nice play though from Smokes. Oh, coming back center, and Stars there with the shot, but he puts it in. 2-1 Hoovers on to series point. They look like they might be going to the grand final.
Well, I hate to say it, but where were Carbon Zero in that moment? No one at home and goal. And Hoovers with a huge win. Sure, the other 2 games are important, but to go 3-0 when they've all been as close as they have been, that's a real kick in the stomach for Carbon Zero.
7 games in the trot now. The Carbon Zero have lost as well, getting swept, of course, in the upper final, and then losing these 3 games here. And that's got to be really playing on their minds now. They have to push that away. And right now, it's no longer about the series. It's no longer about the grand final. It's about 1 game at a time, Dave.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the only way they got to look at it now, is go, right, we have scored. We have been in the lead at times. Not that last game, but they have been in the lead at times. They can do this. It's just going to be a huge mountain to climb to actually get there, because they've been good at times. They've had pressure at times, but Hoovers, they always seem to find a way. They've always had a way of getting a goal out of nothing, or out of just a very quick attack. And I think that is their key right now, is when it really matters, they're just that little bit quicker than Carbon Zero.
Well, we head to Utopia Coliseum for the next one, where this could be it. Hoovers just need to win 1 more game to advance to the grand final against me and the boys. Carbon Zero have got the biggest of uphill climbs to manage now. Can they do it? We're just ready for kickoff, ready for the countdown to start, and there we go. 3, 2, and 1, and we are underway for game number 4. Kickoff is neutral. Shane will get this one up nicely, try to get a read off the backboard here, perhaps couldn't quite manage to do so. Lovely play from Fichera. That one true, but couldn't quite manage it. Lynn's there, and Fichera was looking for a bump on Trace, and had he got it, would have set up a nice opportunity. Trace Smokes now looking for a bump the other end, and it's lovely to see those disruption plays coming out now. Really, both teams trying to utilize them to the most efficient method possible, and just falling short on them at times. Trace, good play, keeps the pressure going here for Hoovers. And Smokes will carry this one up. Lovely air control, gets it over for Fichera. Has he got the flip to work with? No, he doesn't. As the ball is cleared, Fichera now trying to get something going here. No boost to work with though, having to grab some of those small boost pads and really use that boost pad thing. And we talked about that earlier on. The management of boost, Carbon Zero hadn't been the best at it, and so far it's been a big reason why they haven't been ahead.
Certainly so. Hoover just seems to be ready to deploy it when they need it. whereas Carbon Zero are, you know, sometimes struggling in that kind of department. And it's tricky to see, and it's very, again, it's clever play though. It's smart play from Hoovers. That's not happening by mistake. You know, they're making sure they're quick, they're making sure they're getting to those boost pads first, and they're making sure they're robbing them from the other half of the pitch when they can.
Management so important, Rocket League, and resource starving so important, as well as the attempted double tap shot almost managing to work out, and actually there was a flip on that one too, so even more special that one got in, but a great save from Carbon Zero. Lindsay backboard of the demo though, and you know, Futura gets a demo, but it's in the corner, and you need a player out in the play then, and that kind of makes it more awkward for Carbon Zero to mount an attack, especially when, you know, Shane or Lindsay was expecting Futura to be in the center.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's a little bit uncharacteristic because typically we associate Carbon Zero with very good team plays, and right now they just haven't been able to find it, and instead it is Hoovers really who are coming out with the better team plays more and more.
Absolutely playing extremely well so far. Both teams are playing extremely well so far. That is, I don't want to say Hoovers have been playing very well and not say Carbon Zero have been playing very well, because Carbon Zero have been as well, but it's just been Hoovers have been more able to take advantage of those rare moments of lapses in concentration for Carbon Zero, been able to make something happen in offense. They scored a goal in every game so far, so they'll be absolutely delighted with that if they can keep this going. They would love to do so. Shane's trying to get this one by, but you know, so far we've only seen 5 goals in this series. It's been a low-scoring series, Dave, and you know, that's testament to both teams and how well they've been playing.
It is testament to both teams, but that was a huge opportunity for Futura. He really should have taken that one. He's been brilliant for Carbon Zero all through the monthlies, and he wants to go out with a bang, I'm sure of it, and that is not the way to do it.
Of course, Hoovers win this game. They'll be sending Carbon Zero out, not with a bang, but with a whimper, because it will be a 4-0 sweep, and in the means they'll have the chance of revenge at me and the boys, and that's exactly what they're playing for right now, playing for the revenge, playing for money, playing for that title, of course, of WRS champions, WYLDE Rocket Series. Make sure you use !WYLDE in the chat to find out more about them. And Futura puts it in 1-0, and Carbon Zero have the first lead of the series.
Well, it's brilliant play from Shane, firstly with the 50 and the flick off, and then Futura, who's been the star of the show for so many times for Carbon Zero throughout the different WRS tournaments we've had, comes up once again with a huge goal for Carbon Zero. We've seen how low scoring these matches have tended to be. This goal again to make it 2-0 could be massive for the team in blue.
Yeah, from the kickoff, Shane off the backboard. Trace trying his best to make the save. Really an awkward position there. And from the kickoff, it's such an awkward place to, you know, find a way. And that's 2-0. And that could give Carbon Zero a lot of momentum and confidence now. You know, they have to think one game at a time, and they haven't. Hoovers right now look a bit disjointed from that. They don't know what's happening at the moment. But they pull one back. Star makes it 2-1. And we've gone from only 5 goals in the series to 3 goals in the space of 10 seconds.
Well, I want to say it's a great assist from Trace. I'm not sure if he deserves all the credit there, but the way the ball bounced, sat right up for a star, and it's not an easy finish, but he took it very, very well. The opportunity was a very quick one and an unusual one for a series of this caliber, but it's a good goal from Hoovers. It gives them something to work with now in the next minute and a half.
They've scored a lot of goals in the last minute, and there it is! Smokes puts it in! The defense gone missing for Carbon Zero. Shane puts us into the corner, and, well, unfortunate.
Very, very unfortunate. No one to follow up on Shane's clear. Really, really good closing down as well, though, from Hoovers. Let's give him credit there. And then we're back at 2-2, and for Carbon Zero, you'd be dreading the worst, getting flashbacks to the previous games we've just seen. And like you say, they're on a bit of a loss streak right now as well. So things, I know they're only drawing, but things are not looking great right now.
Definitely not. They need to find something here again. You know, going 2-0 up, that was a huge, huge deal. But then they let that lead slip out from their fingers very quickly. And a bit of a stat, Dave. We had 4 goals in 15 minutes of Rocket League. We had 4 goals in less than a minute in this game.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, that stat in itself is phenomenal, but I just want to stop everything and appreciate the Rule 1 we got going on between Shane and Smokes, because that is the level of sportsmanship that we want to see at this type of event. It is phenomenal to see. It is beautiful. And look, it worked for Carbon Zero, which is, I mean, there's not really a moral of the story there, but I just want to take a moment to appreciate those 2 players and what they're doing. That is really...
Yeah, a bit of a double commit there as well, though. But yeah, absolutely, Rule 1. GG's to the lads for following that up and keeping it going. You'd love to see that happening. And of course, if you're an OG, it's Rule 2, but I'm not an OG. It's to me, as always. Fichera getting demoed. He was looking for a shot there. But Carbon Zero has something to hang on to here, Dave, which is really, really important to Smokes. There's it up. Fichera, lovely play. What can you do from here? Not much. No boost to work, really just 23 boosts, so not a lot to use. Trace clears it out, looking to get something going, looking to drag his team back into this one. Not the greatest of clears there from Linsky, but a bit disappointed by that one. Fichera hits that ball away, then smacks the wall in annoyance, I think, more so than anything else. There'll be shot on an opportunity here, but no one following it up for Hoovers. And I know they have the lead in the series, but you think they want to finish it up here now, Dave?
Yeah, absolutely. The intensity of Hoovers has gone a little bit. I think they're happy to give this one up. Well, not happy, but they've accepted they might have to give this one up. The game, I think, is basically gone as the ball hits that ground. And I mean, look, it's been a very, very good series from Hoovers so far. Carbon Zero, they can hold their heads a bit higher now. They've recovered a little bit, and they're hopefully gonna be able to pull something back now as this series progresses. Obviously, a little bit disappointing from the Hoovers' point of view to not get the sweep and just make it easy, keep it going. But gives us something exciting to watch, gives us something to talk about. And Hoovers, I'm sure they'll still be brimming with confidence considering how, how the manner in which they won the previous games.
Yeah, and how they fought back as well. They were 2-0 down and managed to come back to make it 2-2, so that will give them a lot of confidence as well. We're just going to take a little bit of a minute here. I think some players need a little bit of a break. You don't blame them. 4 games in, a high-intensity series so far. It has been absolutely crazy, the series. So you don't really blame them for taking just a minute or two just to have a drink, have a little bit of time to recollect themselves and really think about what's ahead in the next possibly 3 games.
Absolutely. This is an intense situation right here. They lose and they're out. They will not play for the rest of this WRS tournament. I think that in itself is huge, huge stakes, and I don't blame the lads for needing a second just to breathe, maintain some sort of composure, and go again. It's certainly not an easy task that either team finds themselves up against here, and I mean, look, credit to them should be mentioned for making it this far. Both teams have done exceptionally well. But they got to go again. They got to keep pushing on. They got to push themselves into the grand final and see if they can take it to the very, very end. It looks like the lads are joining back in quickly enough. So fair play to them, keeping the show on the road, and we'll get stuck into this game 5.
It has been so tense so far. That is one thing I will say. This is going to say one word for the series. It's been tense. It's been absolutely crazy. You can cook tension with a knife. I know I'm feeling a bit tense just sitting here watching it, and I'm not even playing, so I can't imagine what the lads are feeling if I'm feeling it that way. But here's an opportunity on for Hoover. Can they find something? Shane very smartly there, clearing that one away into the corner as we are on the wasteland. And of course, Carbon Zero, if they lose, they'll be cast out into the wasteland because their tournament will be over. But Hoover will be looking to get the win here and finish it off, but Carbon Zero, well, they can take confidence. They ended that 7-game losing streak very nicely indeed. And showed some good attacking play in that one. Lovely pass ender. There's Trace with the shot off the crossbar. The follow-up is just wide. Good defensive pressure, allowing that one to happen. Fichera trying to push that one onto Linz, couldn't quite do it, but the shot is tame right at Fichera, who managed to get that one away. And well, good start here for Hoovers, and they're not taking the game last time lightly as Smokes almost managing to carry that one in turtle-wise into the back of the net.
Yeah, great effort from Smokes there. Carbon Zero just afraid to clear the ball hard. They've had opportunities, but they want to look for the pass, they want to look for the dribble, and I just think at this moment in time that's not paying off for them, and I think Hoovers are allowing that space in behind because they're pushing up high to try and make something happen.
Yeah, it's definitely there. And there's the attempted bum play, but Smokes manages to avoid it and then get the play. And the defense now not back, but the ball has gone down to that left channel. So difficult one to shoot on. Star tried his best, couldn't quite manage to get it. Leaves with a demo though as he rotates out to pick up third man. Get a very good demo there indeed. Fichera trying to use that backboard to clear the ball, unable to do so. Star will use the backboard now to try and get something going offensively, unable to manage it. Linsk will clear this one into the Hoover half. Shane chases up Trace, decides to leave it, fakes out the challenge, and just sets up time for his defense. And that's sometimes what you have to do. You sometimes have to make a bit of time for your teammates to rotate back, Dave.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, sometimes it is clever play just to slow things down, not go for things at the first opportunity. And it's good to see. Again, it's a great reminder of the level of Rocket League that we are actually watching here. Those type of things and those minor little things are, really being taken into account and possibly being all the difference.
Yeah, definitely Hoover there. We're in an awkward position, but Trace very smart indeed. Vachero, a lovely fake there. Trying out here to win the 50. Has done, and he's given Linsk a chance. Linsk gets the bump, a bit of a double commit, and Smokes clears that one out just enough to deny Shane a clear shooting opportunity. And very smart play there from Smokes to clear that one away. And right now, it's so tight. Linsk, nice play into the corner. Half the game played, still 0-all. But of course, we saw it in the last game as well. It was 0-all come halfway, and then we saw in the space of 2 minutes to 1 minute that we saw 5 goals. So don't be expecting this one to stay 0-0 for too long. The way these teams have been shaping up to play.
No, I completely agree. This game is far from done and dusted. I could really explode into life in these last 2 minutes.
Yes, indeed. A 2-minute warning coming up on the clock now as we Wasteland here proving right now not to be as much of Wasteland as we thought. No big bumps or demos coming in so far. But right now Hoover's here in the attack, and there, right as I say it, a double demo happened. The caster's curse hitting both Star and Shane there, unfortunately for them. Shane will be controlled, but couldn't get that one by Smokes. And here's an opportunity at either end. Just a real big chance there for Smokes. Sorry, it was Star who got the clear out. It was Smokes who had an opportunity, just couldn't quite angle his car to get the redirect in. Big play here as Linsk will have to bend this one off the backboard. Trace though waiting for that touch. Sees it nicely, and a chance for Tracy. He wasn't expecting the miss on the backboard. He's expecting the dunk. So I'm not sure if that's good defense or good or just not aware offense, Dave.
Well, we'll give him benefit of the doubt. We'll say it's good defense, but it's funny again. Like, this is all Hoovers though. Like, I mean, this entire game nearly feels like it's been played in the blue half, and I think Carbon Zero fans in the chat will not want to see that, long term.
Smokes having to make a very good save. Their last man back and did very strongly indeed. And Hoover's right now leaving a bit of space open in the backfield. A bit too, throwing caution to win a little bit of luck chasing this win. And they don't really have to chase it. They have to make Carbon Zero win this. Carbon Zero have to win. So Carbon Zero, if anything, should be chasing it. But they seem a bit hesitant. They seem a bit, out of sorts, Dave.
Yeah, I agree with that. Actually, the momentum is kind of the wrong way around for what you expect. But having said that, that could be huge. This could be huge.
Star here. Sorry, it's Trace who causes absolute havoc. Tries to get the bump. It comes off Vachero because Trace was distracting him a little bit. Very nice play, and that one could be it. 30 seconds to go. Can Carbon Zero find a way back into this one now? Or are they going to be eliminated? And we're going to see me and the boys take on Hoovers once again in the grand final. I was talking to Shallow a few days ago, and he said the one team he feared facing was Hoovers, and it's clear to see why. Off the crossbar, that one could have finished it off right there. But Shallow doesn't like playing Hoovers, so Hoovers will be happy to hear that.
Certainly an interesting piece of information, but it's not over yet. Carbon Zero won't want to hear any of it to that ball hitting him. But Trace, phenomenal player that he is, does well, gets the ball into the ground, and that is that. Carbon Zero are done. Hoovers into the grand final. And what a game. What a game it was. I genuinely, really started to kind of fall in love with Hoovers and their play style as the stream has gone on.
Yeah, both teams really played their part in what was a very tense series. Most of the games separated only by a single goal. Every game started separated by a single goal. Hoovers on the right side 4 times of that, and Carbon Zero, unfortunately for them, only the right side 1. But Hoovers really played well, and if they can play like that against their opponents, they're going to have a real good chance in the grand final. Of course, remember, the grand final will have a bracket reset in case Hoovers do win, so they've still have to win 2 best-of-7 series in order to qualify. But we're going to go to a very quick break. We'll see you all again very shortly. And welcome back to the Wild Rocket Series major finals. And not just the finals, the grand final. It's the biggest of them all. 2 best of 7s potentially. Me and the boys coming from the winners bracket. Hoovers coming from the lower bracket. Of course, I'm now joined by the man, the myth, the legend, the double extraordinaire that is Rez. How are you doing today, my friend?
Oh, Morky, I'm so excited for this grand final. I've been watching these games all day. I've seen how these teams have made it to this stage. I'm just so excited to see how the two teams can step up to the plate when it really matters, when so much money is on the line.
So much money. Indeed, they're actually fighting out for roughly 570 euro for the winner and 210 euro. So 780 euro on the line in this match. Of course, they're both guaranteed a minimum of 210 because that's what the second place will take home. But if we do indeed go to a bracket reset, if we do indeed have Hoovers win, they'll 570. So 190 per team if you win, 70 per player if you lose. It's a big difference, Rez.
It absolutely is. And just looking at the caliber of teams that we've got in this grand final, me and the boys versus Hoovers. Me and the boys came in as the #1 seed going into the finals today. They have bossed so many of the majors that they've played in, with subs, without subs. They can do it all. That super team almost of Rob Kiernan, Shallow and Spectre, who represented Ireland in the Intel World Open recently, going up against the Hoovers of Trace, Smokes and Star. That is just going to be such a sort of clash of the titans almost, Morky.
It is. Hoovers, of course, the only team so far today to take any games off of me and the boys. 3-2, of course, in that upper bracket semi-final. So Hoovers will be confident coming into this one. The mind on revenge. But let's have a look instead at the brackets and the predictions. Rez, so far I believe you're 100% in your predictions.
I am, and I'm very proud of it too. I believe that I'm tied with Shallow and Jenga for still being 100% on the predictions. I'm hoping secretly that me and the boys come through, but I do hope that Hoovers can put up a really good fight here, perhaps take us to a bracket reset. That would be a real spectacle.
Yes, of course. Speaking of bracket reset, do not forget that if Hoovers do manage to win this first best 7 series, we go to a bracket reset, which means we play another best 7 series. There is no game advantage. This is a proper final with a bracket reset, so it is for a lot of money. So it's going to be interesting to see take it. Do you think Hoovers are going to be tired? They've had to make a very deep lower bracket run so far. They've already played 4 series. This will be their 5th series. And if they go to a bracket reset, it'll be the 6th series of the day.
Absolutely. I mean, Hoovers have certainly had a really difficult run to get here. They had to place me and the boys in their first game of the day. They kept it so close. I know that they were fairly gutted that they weren't able to take that one through. They ended up losing in the 5th game of that one. And they battled back all the way through the lower brackets, taking down Press X to jump convincingly, 3-0 sweep there, taking down Bababooey in a Game 5 overtime. That really must have tested their longevity, and they may need that in this series. And then, most recently, took down Carbon Zero 4-1 in the losers final. They've set themselves up, potentially for victory here. But it remains to be seen whether they can really take the fight to me and the boys.
Yeah, well, of course, that's what they have to do. They'll have to manage to find a way through this amazing me and the boys team. They're so. They've already proven themselves time and time again in both the regular tournaments and in this finals themselves. They've been ruthless so far, but they're against a team they don't really like playing, Rez. They don't really like playing Hoovers. Hoovers a team that make them fear a bit.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Hoovers offer something really special that you don't see with all that many teams in Rocket League, where they're just all-out offense. They're going to pound you down. They're going to try and break you down. And they might not have the best defense that we've ever seen, but when it comes to the flashy plays, the team plays, the cohesion that they really have on offense, it really is very special.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, seems to be having a bit of a connection issue, so we'll be starting the series up very, very soon. But I'm going to press you. I'm going to press you here. What do you think is going to be the result?
The run from Hoovers has been phenomenal all day, but you cannot bet against perfection, and that's what I see with this me and the boys team. I think Rob, Shallow, and Spectre are going to take it. If I was to put a scoreline on it, I'd say 4-2 in the first series.
Interesting. I think that because of how well Hoovers are playing, that they could take it to a bracket reset. I don't see them winning the bracket reset, but I do see them getting close and playing well. So I'm going to say 4-3 first series Hoovers, 4-1 second series me and the boys. That's my prediction. I think me and the boys are going to be too strong ultimately. have had too much of a rest, because that's one thing. It's going to be mentally taxing because they have played so many games in a row now. It's going to be so difficult for them.
Yeah, make sure to get your say in what you think is going to happen in this grand final. The prediction using channel points is up in the chat. If we're looking at it so far, 87% in favour of me and the boys against 13% of Hoovers. The audience firmly in favour of the first seed. But Hoovers, they are not going to keel over. They are not going to let me and the boys control this game. They're going to try and dictate the pace, come in fast out of the gates, and really impose their presence on this best of 7.
Yeah, that's exactly what they'll have to do. They'll have to really play extremely well indeed if they want to have any. Both teams will, though. It's going to be absolutely incredible to watch. As I think, again, we're just going to leave the lobby.
Just giving the
having...
server a quick restart. We will get round to it, just making sure that all the players are happy with their connections for this grand final. It's such an important time. You don't want to be leaving anything to chance in this scenario.
Absolutely not. You don't want to be having people with ping issues and that decides the games or whatever. We've seen that already a few times. The ping has sometimes decided a match, but in this case, with so much money on the line, we want every player to be happy, every player to have good, every player to be comfortable in the lobby, and that's the main thing, isn't it? It's to make sure the players are comfortable, because it's difficult. It's difficult coming into something like this and playing in something if the players aren't comfortable.
Yeah, I just want to note the predictions. More people have been getting their say in, and it's now 77,000 channel points, going up against 21,000 for the Hoovers. Still firmly in favour of the boys, but there are certainly a number of viewers in the audience today who think that they're going to be able to pull off this upset, and that would really be huge for RLI for months, almost since the start of WYLDE, or the WYLDE Rocket Series, should I say. We've seen this team just effectively demolish anyone in their path when they've got their full roster. If Hoovers were to pull off this upset, it would really be one for the history books.
Indeed. Remember as well that me and the boys were called Team before this, so they were a different team name, so that's why they've won 3 of these so far as me and the boys, and the other one was because Rob Kieran was ineligible to play. So it's going to be interesting to see exactly what happens in this one. Rob Kiernan, but again, we're going to reset the server. Just again, this ping, just not happy everyone with the ping. So we're just going to make sure that everything is all set up, that we're all good to go. But glad to see that everyone in chat is predicting, making their predictions, having fun with it as well. Because that's the main thing, isn't it? Like, we are, of course, the players playing in this aren't going to be having fun. They're going to be wanting to be serious about this. But the actual players, actual people in the audience, it's really important that you get involved as well. But make channel predictions. That's the best way to do it. Predict who you think's going to win. You still got time, about a minute left to go, so make sure you get those predictions in. And I'm actually going to predict now. I'm going to predict. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do while I'm waiting.
Yeah, I just want to make a quick note of the series that we saw earlier between me and the boys and Carbon Zero. I think that really exemplifies just the sheer power behind this me and the boys team. Carbon Zero came into this top 8 bracket with the second seed, Carbon Zero. But when it came to facing off against me and the boys, despite only being 1 seed lower, they just couldn't play up to the mark, losing 4-0, and it was convincing. Carbon Zero did do their best to put up a good fight, but in the end, I wouldn't have really said it was in that much doubt, so me and the boys have really imposed their presence already today on this bracket, and it may just be a matter of time until they can do the same to Hoovers, but it's worth noting that Hoovers did take them all the way to Game 5 earlier in the day. And maybe that could be a sign of things to come if Hoovers can really come out of the gates with the speed and aggression that we love to see from them. Star, notably, often being known as a freestyler, really being very strong in regards to his mechanical ability. And we are going to be getting into this series momentarily. Me and the boys going up against Hoovers.
I'm so excited for this. This is going to be good. We're all set to go here. Everyone ready. We are about to get underway. Best of 7, of course. Remember that. First of 4 games wins the series. But of course, if Hoovers win the series, we go to a bracket reset. So it's not over if me and the boys do manage to lose the series somehow. If they win a series, though, in these next series, they are crowned champions without question. So they've got an extra life by virtue of being in the top 4 seeds, by virtue of winning that upper bracket and winning it convincingly as well. So hopefully we'll see a really, really good match here. But yeah, Carbon Zero vs Hoovers, I think, has been a great series so far. the defense of Hoovers in that series is really important. They're going to need that defense again.
Morky may have just lagged out, but I am going to take over the reins with this one. Me and the boys facing off against Hoovers, two real titans, and we're going to get into this matchup. Me and the boys going to look to try and assert their dominance on RLI as a whole. Can they do it on the biggest stage? We're going to get into this one. The kickoff is good from Rob Keane and Star. Moving the ball down the field.
Am I back?
Yes, you are back. You are back. Take it away.
Well, sorry about that. Right, my internet decides to play up right at the right time. Inspector with the shot, but puts it wide. Nice play here. Lovely play from Trace. Cleared this on the field now. Spectre controlling this one. Bringing it up. Lovely control from Spectre. Spectre, of course, that mechanical genius that we know he is. He can play so well from anywhere. Rob Kieran now controlling this one. Gets it by one. Trying to get it off at Hoovers. Having to defend early on here, Rez, and that's not where they want to be.
That is not the position you want to be. What a goal by Shallow, flying high. The pass came up actually from Trace, and Shallow just finds the angle, gets it over the last man. Me and the boys have opened up this fight in the first 30 seconds.
Absolutely fantastic start here in game number 1 for me and the boys. Of course, they've had to wait, of course, around about 2 hours, well, an hour and a half since their last series. So they're going to be, you know, a bit cold, but they started out very strong here. Obviously, got nice and warm before this one started. Spectre looking for the shot here. Hoovers getting bumped in the way. Absolutely brilliant play here. Shallow. Nice play. Here's an opportunity. Oh, a good save there. Absolutely fantastic save. But Hoovers, once again, in a lot of trouble here. Rez, and they have to find a way out.
It's a little bit of a nervous start here from Hoovers. This is almost what I didn't expect to see from them. But now we're seeing the aggression coming out. Star puts it in. Hoovers are on the board with a beautiful bump play.
Absolutely fantastic here. Look at this for a bump from Trace, and that sets up Star. And Rob couldn't get the save. He was trying to be on that back post, but nice play from Star. 1-1 Hoovers. That will give them a lot of confidence going into this kickoff now. But Shallow wins it nicely. With Spectre getting bumped by Star, and already the physical disruptor Rocket League coming out from Hoovers. They're really trying to disrupt this Me and the Boys team, which is the best thing you can do against your mechanical team.
Yeah, you put it very well there, where if Hoovers can't really play up to Me and the Boys, just take them off the field, and then they can't beat you to the ball, and that's what they did to get their first goal here. As now Star falls back on defense to try and get it clear.
Well, here's an opportunity, good save there by Star from Rob, who had a good shot on there. Well, Spectre keeps the attack going, and well, Poe goes into that ball somehow, but Smokes gets it by him very nicely indeed. Trace trying to clear this one out, and that clear's not very good, only as far as one of Me and the Boys players. Star now will take this one from the corner. Shallow trying to challenge, gets the bump, doesn't get the ball. That's going to let Rob here to clear this one up. Shallow trying to wave dash, get some boost going, get some momentum going, but nothing doing. As well, Hoovers there putting themselves in a bit of trouble, as Star found Trace though on his own goal line. Lovely clear up the field here from Rob, but that one might just be floating in. Trace having to make a good save indeed, but Shallow's following up. And right now, Hoovers spending a lot of time in their own backfield. Yeah,
absolutely. Hoovers almost as if they're kind of hanging on at the moment, but they are going to be able to get it clear out of defense. Now Smokes trying to force one into the midfield. He is going to get it off the bat, but may get a second touch. Trace almost reading it perfectly, but it's got clear. Now the game tied as we just surpassed the halfway mark.
Yeah, Hoovers are showing what they did in that Carbon Zero series. You know, they didn't have too many opportunities to score, but when they had an opportunity, they took it nicely. Smokes here. Oh, just doing enough, bumping Spectre. That just put Spectre off enough that the ball went over the crossbar. Lovely passing play. Goal! What a passing play! Absolutely brilliant here from Me and the Boys.
That is an exemplary play from Me and the Boys. Spectre in the perfect position to get the pass from Shallow. Crossfield pass. They've reclaimed their lead, but there is still time for the Hoovers.
Yeah, of course. Well, the best of 7 series as well means you can drop game 1 and not feel too bad about it, because it's such a long series. It's a marathon, it's not a sprint, unlike best of 3s or even like 12 Titans, best of 1s. But Spectre absolutely bullies his opponents and puts that one in the net. 3-1.
It looked like the defender fell over the post there. A bit of a mistake coming out. Yeah, it was Smokes. Drove himself up the post, wasn't able to recover quick enough. Spectre gets the goal, and they've got a 2-goal lead, and that is going to really impose their presence on this game.
Yeah, well, we've seen that already, especially in that Carbon Zero series, right? They start out slow, but then they really ramp it up in the last 2 minutes to score a lot of goals, and we're seeing that here already. You know, a minute or two in, they really come to life, and you know, slow starters, but they're so fast once they get into it, really, and it's going to be so difficult for Hoovers to find a way back in, Rez.
Yeah, the Hoovers need to step things up now in the last minute here, and that shot from Trace was close, but not close enough. Rob able to make the double save on the line. He's done well, but now me and the boys are under a little bit of pressure. It's Trace trying to transition up off the backboard. Rob hits onto his own backboard. This could be trouble here, but me and the boys look as if they're eventually going to get it under control.
Yeah, well, of course, the #1 seed here fighting to win that €570. They've done very, very well to do so. Oh, Trace there with a nice little play, keeps the pressure applied. Spectre then bringing it across his own net, only as far as Trace, who puts it in. And that is entirely on Spectre.
Spectre coming out with a big, big error, just passing it across, and it's an easy shot for Trace. He doesn't miss those, not in the grand final. Hoover's right back in it a minute to go. They can still win this game.
Yeah, you gotta imagine Rob's a bit annoyed as well there. He was on that ball, following it nicely, really waiting for it to come down, and then Spectre just came across him and brought it back up to Trace, and that might be what Hoovers need, just that little bit of a mistake. They can work with Star, just couldn't quite get the pass out in field. Unfortunately, Rob now here one-on-one with Star, but Star clears it up only as far as Spectre. Spectre will look to get something going, can't quite manage to get it by the defender. Shallow though will keep the pressure applied firmly in the Hoovers half. Trace looking to clear this one out as well. Spectre though with a very smart touch there. Lovely play, gets it by 2 defenders here. Can he get the dunk? No, he can't. Nice play from Smokes to clear that one away, and right now here, me and the boys just playing the ball around, having a lot of fun in that midfield, really dominating that midfield so far.
17 seconds to go now, and it looks as if me and the boys are set to hold on, but it's not over yet. Trace trying to transition forward as Shallow gets the clear, and it seems they have possession of the ball for the time being. Rob with a good dive, and that should give them the game.
That should give them the game indeed, unless Hoovers can get something from 0 seconds here. Perhaps it is. Spectre trying to spike it. No, he just fakes it instead, and the ball hits the ground. Me and the boys take game #1 in somewhat convincing fashion. You know, at times Hoovers look threatening, but really nice play there. You see the shot amount 12-5. Just shows how dominant me and the boys were, Rez.
Yeah, absolutely. Me and the boys really looking on top form in this one, but you can't discount Hoovers. It was a 1-goal game in the end, and they did put up a very good show indeed, so I wouldn't discount them from this yet. It's a long series, a long best-of-7. There's still be plenty of time for them to get back into things, but they don't want to give away another game. They need to get back into this as soon as they possibly can if they really want to have a chance in this one.
Yes, they do indeed. It's best-of-7, of course, so first of 4 games wins it, so still plenty of Rocket League to be played. At least 15 minutes more of Rocket League to be played as we get into this one. This one should be a fascinating battle. Spectre just waiting as his Star here for the kickoff. Are we going to see a Spanish kickoff, a fake kickoff at some stage? Who knows? But right now here at we see just a regular kickoff. Spectre trying to bully his opponent a little bit with the ball cleared off the backboard into the blue half. Spectre finally gets his demo on Trace. Lovely passing play, but Spectre just missing the ball there, Rez. That was a big opportunity early on.
That was a huge opportunity. That would have been a lovely finish if we were able to pull it off. But the Hoovers will get away with it. Now Trace trying to get itself out of defence. Now puts it in field. Star is up. Can he get there? Trace now with a follow-up. Good save by Shallow. He's known for his goal line defence, and he's pulled the save right out of the top draw there.
Yeah, Shallow, of course, we know him as one of the greatest keepers to ever grace Oral Ireland. Star there almost knocking that one into his own net accidentally. Nice effort, but me and the boys here starting to take over where they left off in game number. Rob off the backboard here. Game #1, I was about to say. I didn't finish my sentence there. That's a bit of a mistake. Whoopsie! We continue on here. Spectre. We're going to put this one around. Oh, trying to fake it, but nobody there for his team, unfortunately. Smokes gets by 2. We can't get it by Rob. Rob keeps the pressure applied. Trace trying his best here to get it, but there's Spectre. Make sure the ball stays firmly planted to that corner of Hoovers. And Rez, what do Hoovers have to do here, do you think, to come out on top in this game?
I think the Hoovers need to bring back the aggression they showed in parts last game. The first goal they got when they tied things up last game, it was the demo play, or the bump play, should I say. And that's really what I think they're going to need to dismantle this me and the boys defence, because simply smashing the ball down the other end of the field, that's not going to break them. But if they're able to get them off the field of play, get them out of the way, then maybe they'll have a chance.
Yes, if we exactly the thing to do, because me and the boys are just so good mechanically. They're so good as well in defense. That's one thing we don't say a lot, is that they're very, very good defensively. So they have Shallow, of course, who's so good back there. Rob as well, you know, main eventer in ORLCS this season. So, you know, he's used to, you know, hitting and saving shots as well. So Spectre perhaps is the only real weak link in that defense, but he's so strong mechanically that you can't really take him for granted. And here he is again, he gets a good save there. And a lovely bump in net by Spectre on his opponent, stopping him from getting the squishy pass out. Spectre, lovely control, making sure this one pops up nicely. And well, it's just me and the boys right now having under extended amount of pressure, but finally the ball cleared away and Hoovers have to defend again.
Yeah, I think you made a good point there about the defense of this me and the boys side. I think an interesting thing to note is that all three players on this me and the boys side are phenomenal ones players. Shallow, the current 12 Titans champion in RLI, Rob Kin, the former 12 Titans champion and most recently a runner-up. Spectre, he's consistently been in and around the top fours of our 12 Titans tournament, so it really shows how good their sort of goal line defense is, and they're very good on low boost. And I think that's what really helps their defense in situations like these.
Well, Hoovers right now again applying some pressure. Good bump. Here's an opportunity, but it's just wide. Really big chance there, but couldn't quite nail it. Rob now. Nice control, but couldn't get that one by Star, who's defended very well so far. Here's an opportunity though, and Spectre puts it in with a lovely redirect.
So close for the Hoovers. They were agonisingly close to making the save there. Trace and Smokes trying to get there, Smokes especially, but Spectre finds the point in the net where they can't make the save, and it's one goal to me and the boys.
Yeah, it's a lead they can hold on to here. A nice kickoff win there by Star, and Smokes will keep this ball up, but couldn't quite get it by Star. Back again here as Trace is waiting on the backboard. Nice play, clears it up there. Shallow, just slowing it down, trying to get the dunk, but nice play from Star, aware of the situation, got in the way, made sure not to put it right where Shallow wanted it to go. Spectre lovely pass, but nobody there again. And Spectre right now in this game has had a few good passes in field, and no one's been there for him, and it's got to be frustrating, especially when such a good team. Me and the boys, you'd think their comms to be fairly on point at this stage, but that's a few opportunities there that are going to beg and created by Spectre.
Yeah, Spectre really seeming like the creative outlet in this game, especially. It's now Hoovers trying to recover the game. They are going to need a goal just to get it to overtime, and they're going to need two if they want to get the win. Start pushing forward, a bit of a mistouch, and that's just going to get played into the midfield, and there's no one going to be there to pick it up.
Trace will pick it up instead. He'll try to get something going off the backboard. Nice play, Stars there, but well saved by Rob, but then picking up a saviour medal as well. He'll be absolutely delighted with that. Play off the backboard again, but nobody there. Star up for the pass into Trace, but Trace has gone backwards instead of forward. Spectre, not much boost to work with, but neither do their opponents. And that's one thing we haven't seen so far, is that we haven't really seen Hoovers try to boost their opponents like they did against Carbon Zero.
That was such a good attempt now. I think it was Smokes almost sneaking one through with the double tap, and Hoovers trying to ramp up the pressure in the final seconds. Trace going to need to turn on this quickly. He is very quick indeed. He manages to get a 50 from Rob. But now the ball downfield from Spectre, and it looks as if me and the boys will have this again. This will be the last attack. Hoovers need to score from this, but Shallow's there to intercept, and that is going to be game 2 for me and the boys.
Yeah, absolutely phenomenal performance by them. They'll be delighted, 1-0. You know, had to soak up a lot of pressure in that game though, as me and the boys, and there you see it, the shots say it all. 6 shots for me and the boys, 10 for Hoovers. So outshot that shows the pressure from Hoover was very, very good indeed. They're going to need to do a lot more though. They've got to be more clinical, more accurate to really take home against such a good team like their opponents. And there you see as well, Spectre and Rob both getting saviour medals. Only 3 saves coming out from Hoover. So they're going to need to be more clinical and also just a bit more better in defense. They're going to have any chance of winning this one.
I think that game was better though from the Hoovers. In the first game they seemed to be outclassed. They didn't have as many shots as their opponents, but in that game they really seemed to have the lion's share of the possession. They were able to really mount a good offense on a lot of different occasions. Now, as you said, it's just about being clinical. It's just about those final touches to get the goals, and they're going to need it if they want to get back into this series.
Indeed, it's going to be interesting to see exactly how this one goes as the car ball continues. Smokes trying to get that one out and able to manage it, unfortunately. As the ball from center, Spectre here is lurking. Rob now up here looking for a pass to Shadow. Lovely pass. Shadow's there, but well blocked by Smokes. That was a beautiful read by Smokes. He didn't give up on that one at all. Very, very smart play. Ball now pushed down. Star is there, clears up the field towards the backboard. There was, I think it was Spectre. It was Spectre. Big demo though. The demo sets up the goal for Trace, and that's the first lead of the series for the Hoovers.
That is a perfect demo play. That is what the Hoovers need to do to win this series. Brilliant by Trace, picking out the right opponent's demo at the perfect time. Just an open net for Star. And they've got the lead for, I believe, the first time in this series.
Indeed, they were level in game number 1, but they never had the lead, so that is a really, really important thing. It's something to hold on to as well. Another demo coming in from Star. Spectre here kind of confused what's going on, and the shot coming from Smokes. The demos are working. Stars gets another one.
This is the Hoovers that we wanted to see shots in this grand final. So aggressive. This is what we've seen from them in all the monthlies that they've played. A great demo play, just taking plays out of the play, 2 goals to the good, and this is looking much, much better.
Yeah, very, very solid there. And I was talked about in the Carbon Zero series that, you know, at times Carbon Zero were getting demos in, you know, not optimal places. Well, there's no more optimal place than net, which is exactly what Star has done there. And the physical plays and disruption plays are really going to work against such a mechanical team. And, you know, it can tilt them a little bit as well. You know what I mean? Like, this team is not untiltable. So if you can keep getting those demos and keep getting those physical plays, it makes your opponents think twice. And that's a very, very strong position to be in, Res.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. If they can keep up this aggressive pressure demos, as I'm sure lots of the audience will know, is that they are incredibly tilting when there's not really much you can do if you're dead. And if they can keep up scoring goals like this, I can see this Me and the Boys team getting very tilted very quickly.
Well, right now, a minute and a half play, 2 goals to the good. It's only the second 2-goal lead in this series. The first, of course, was claimed by Me and the Boys in game number 1 when they went 3-1 up. Here's an opportunity to pull one back, couldn't quite manage it. Nice clear out there from Star, who really has been a star in this game. Rob.
Oh! What a fantastic effort it is put it in by Shallow. What a pass by Rob, that was spectacular.
Yeah, Rob here looking for that crazy redirect, gets a kind of Spectre trying to get the bump to let it go in, but Shallow following it in nicely, puts it into the back of the net, 2-1. And Me and the Boys are right back in this one. That's what they can do to you. They can hurt you from anywhere, including with Rob. And, you know, Rob and Shallow and Spectre just so mechanically gifted, as well as, you know, being able to pull off nutty shots like that. And you know, Hoovers can't let their head drop after that one because it's just a really, really good play.
Yeah, there isn't much to defend a shot like that. And now Hoovers trying to reclaim their 2-goal lead. A bump coming through, but there's no one to follow up the shot. Now, Me and the Boys 1 goal away from being right back in this one.
Yes, indeed. 1 goal away. That's all they need to level this one up. And Rob will be control here. Rob showing that RLCS caliber play right there. And of course, a main eventer and Shallow, of course, day 3, as was Spectre. And then, of course, last 16 of IWO2. So they have a very, very good dynamic, these lads. Very, very good dynamic indeed. We've seen that trade with WRS. And we'll probably see it as well as during RLCS 11, probably. You know, these lads, because they play so well together.
Yeah, absolutely. Just past the halfway mark in this one. Still plenty of time for both teams. Shallow looking for the early pre-jump, but he's got ruined by Trace. Trace trying to go all the way. The save is made by Spectre, and now a follow-up opportunity. Smokes tries to get in there, but it's cleared away by Shallow. That was another good opportunity for Hoovers. The chance goes begging.
It does, and Spectre knocking this one down to Rob very smartly, but Rob was expecting a bit behind him as well. Spectre clearing this one into the corner now, hoping to get something on it, but just a long clear. Just gives the ball away. Rob trying to get the read. Smoke saying, nah, not this time. You're not getting it in this time. I'm going to block it this time. Nice play indeed by him. As we continue on here, ball going center. Nobody there. Trace trying to get up here, trying to restore that 2-goal lead. A minute and a half to go here. And Me and the Boys, what do they have to do in order to come back into this one, do you think?
Yeah, Me and the Boys, they just need to be more careful on defense. And again, I think that was another demo play, or perhaps he went for boost. But Trace, he's got the 2-goal lead back, and again, just catching him out with the aggression. That is exactly what the Hoovers need to do. And it looks like they're doing their very best to set themselves up to take this 3rd game.
Absolutely, and looks like they are going to pull us back to 2-1 and not let Me and the Boys move on to series point already. And, you know, 3-1 down, 3-0 down, you know, you're looking probably at game over 2-1. Still plenty of time. We go into those important game 4 and game 5s. You know, looking in a very, very strong position. Spectre, though, with a lovely shot. Oh, it's in. 3-2. And, well, Me and the Boys still fighting in this game.
Close but no cigar for Star. Spectre getting up there first, and he wasn't able to make the save. A minute and 7 seconds to go for me and the boys to get that one elusive goal to tie us up and take us to overtime. Can they do it to put themselves on tournament point?
Well, they're not falling behind here at all. They're still sticking to this one right now, sticking as close as they can, making sure that it's more and more difficult for Hoovers to close this one out easy. There's another big demo and Trace with the shot, but Shallow is there. A Star was looking for a bump on Shallow to make sure that one went in. But, you know, 6s and 7s is a bit now, are me and the boys. They don't really know what's going on. And that's another thing that those demos do. They get the rotations all mixed up for their opponents. Because once you're demoed, it's so difficult to keep that rotation going with that 1, 2, and 3 clear defined role. You then have to work then as a 2-man team against a 3s team, which just makes it really, really awkward, Rez.
Yeah, Hoover's just trying to make things as awkward as possible, but that's a great 50-50 by Spectre. Almost a follow-up, and yet again Shallow almost gets there. That was so close, but Hoover's holding on just about in this one. Now Spectre putting it into the middle, Rob is up, but it's cleared out by Trace. Still probing though on me and the boys, but the clear is good, and that may win them this game.
There's one team that can score at 0 seconds. It's this, me and the boys team. The ball bouncing right at the last second. Is there a chance here? No, well blocked by Trace. The ball hits the ground. Hoovers are your winners in game number 3, and that makes the series 2-1. And what a series it is.
Hoovers, they've really stepped up to the plate here. Some people may have thought this one was going to be a whitewash, but Hoovers, they've come to play. 2 goals from Trace in that one. 6 shots, and in total 10 shots for the Hoovers up against the 8 from me and the boys, and that is a very impressive comeback after losing the first 2, and they've set themselves up here to really have a good go at this series. If they can win the next one, it's all tied up, and then it's anyone's game.
Yeah, well, all the games so far are only separated by a single goal. 3-2, 3-2, 1-0, 2-3. Me and the boys' first there as they're the blue team. So it's been very, very close so far. Neither team really able to pull themselves away from it. And it's going to be interesting to see exactly what happens in this game number 4. Of course, game 4 and game 5, all really, really important games. You can potentially lose a series here. You can go on to series point. All those kind of things. And of course, if me and the boys do go on to series point, that will be championship point, because they are need only 1 series to win this.
Yeah, Hoovers are definitely up against the wall in this one, but they've shown that they're here to play. Me and the boys, they're not impenetrable, and the shot coming out early, another bump play coming through, but it's almost put in. Good save there by Shallow. Now a follow-up opportunity here, but Rob's going to be on backboard. Now in the Octane, as opposed to the Fennec where he was for the previous game for the series.
Yes.
As if the situation is going to equalise after a turbulent start after the kickoff.
Yeah, the Carbon Zero starting to... Sorry, not Carbon Zero, sorry, me and the boys. Still in the last series, because it's so tense again. Like the last series, this is so tense. It's been such a good series indeed. Trace there managing to bully that one through, but Rob following it in. Spectre here. Rob looking for a bump play, but Smokes doesn't allow it to happen. Very good play indeed by him. Ball coming up the field now as Trace looking at that one by Star there. Trace back in the backfield. Rob against Trace, but Trace has done well enough, but that one is floating towards net ominously. And Spectre gets the flip reset, but couldn't quite manage to hit the ball again. Spectre will be control here. Spectre almost through, but Shallow getting a bump. Shallow just trying to keep the rotations from happening here. They know that this defensive team is very good, and Spectre finally puts it in. 1-0 to me and the boys.
Me and the boys are back in this one. I was getting a little bit worried there as all 3 players were forced up in the corner, but it was a great finish in the end by Spectre. They've got the opening goal, and so far this series, if they've got the opening goal, they've gone on to win the game. So could that be a sign of what's going to happen here?
Yes, indeed, that is an interesting stat. A Spectre here now looking for another follow-up shot, running at a boost from Raw. Looking for the Magnificent again, couldn't quite manage to find it that time. But it is 1-0 with a minute and 15 seconds gone or so. Still plenty of time for Hoovers to come back in this one. We've already seen them, score a lot of goals so far. They've scored 5 goals in this series. Their opponents have scored 6, so it's only a 1 goal difference. Sorry, opponents have scored 7, so it's only 2 goals in a difference so far. Still plenty of time remaining. Spectre, look at that mechanical play by Spectre. Absolutely filthy, outrageous, and that shows what me and the boys can do, Rez.
Oh, that's a lovely pass down yet again by Rob. That's the second time he's done it this series. This time it's Shallow on the end of it, and that was a lovely 1-2 passing play.
Yeah, that time it's not even an attempted shot. That is clearly a pass down from Rob. Absolutely pinpoint perfect, right in the Shadow's car. Shadow just flicks it in. 2-0 now, me and the boys, and only for it's their second ever 2-goal lead. Can they hold on to it? The 3-12 for Rob here, looking for a double tap. Couldn't quite get it, but Shadow's there, but hits it right at Trace. Perhaps would be a little bit more accurate. That would have been 3-0. Trace now coming up the field here, trying to get something going for his team. Trying to get Hoovers back into this one, but they're being penned in now. And you feel that me and the boys are starting to smell blood in the water, Rez.
Yeah, you do get that impression. They're playing with confidence now with that 2-goal lead. They're not too worried to race the Hoovers player up to the ball, and it's working out well for them as a bump comes through. Me and the boys playing Hoovers at their own game, and they're now 3 goals to the good.
Yeah, it's a great bump here. Spectre sees it, gets a really nice challenge, and also that sets him up as well beautifully for that shot to make it 3-0. Star didn't really know what happened to him there. And it's 3-0, and it's looking very, very good. That's the first 3-goal lead in this series. No team had a 3-goal lead before this, so me and the boys now starting to really hit their prime and moving up through the gears nicely.
Yeah, Hoovers, they've got half the game left to go. It's certainly achievable to make this comeback, but they're going to need to change tack a little bit. Go a little bit more aggressive, dive for the ball a little bit more, and that could leave them exposed on the defensive side as well. Here's Shella now pressing for me and the boys. They still don't want to rest back on their laurels. They want to fall.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, that's the way it should be. You know what I mean? Hunt those goals. Don't, just because you got a 3-goal lead, you know, don't take your foot off the pedal at all. Keep that pedal to the metal, because if you don't, the other team is going to have a chance to come back in. And, you know, a goal can change so much in Rocket League. It can change the momentum of a game. So if Hoovers can get a goal, that just shifts the momentum straight back in their favor. That's not what me and the boys wanted to do, but Spectre right now here is really starting to pop off, show his mechanical abilities and why he is that damn good and that damn impressive. One of the best mechanical players in Ireland.
You're absolutely right. Trace now forced back here by his challenge by Spectre, and it seems that the confidence has been sapped out of Hoovers after their win last game. Now me and the boys, well, truly back on top as the save is made by Shadow, and that's taken 2 Hoovers players out of the game. This could be an opportunity down the other end, but Hoovers are going to keep on trying.
They have to keep on trying. They have to score. You know, it doesn't matter if you lose the game from here. Just get a goal back now, because me and the boys are playing with confidence. They look very, very strong defensively, and of course, as always, look very strong offensively. Lovely save from Smokes there, because it looked like Rob, for all the world, was going to score that one. That was a very, very solid play. Shadow couldn't get the dunk on Star, and Star now with an opportunity here, looking for the read off the backboard. Gets it, but only as far as Spectre. Rob now up the pitch, looking here for a double tap. Oh no, going to be denied nicely on the backboard by Smokes. Rob though, keep the pressure going. Spectre looking for the shot. We play across here in Shadow to have an opportunity, but oh, I don't think he was expecting the second touch from Rob. I think he was just expecting the first, and then the pass coming to him nicely and hit the nice shot.
Seem to be all but out of time and out of ideas here. It's put away by Star, but 20 seconds to go. Me and the boys are going to put themselves on match series and tournament points with this one. Morky, what if you're in the Hoovers voice group right now, what are you going to say to the boys to motivate them to try and get themselves back into this series?
I would just say, you know, we've been able to score on this team. You know, we've had their number a few times. You know, we've got them on the ropes at times. We won a game. You know, we took a game off them. We took 2 games off them earlier on. We can beat this team. We're good enough to beat this team. You know, it's a difficult thing, 3-1 down, but they know they're good enough. They just have to believe in themselves now. Take it 1 game at a time. Try and just win those little battles. Try to get some pressure going. But there you see it. 14 shots to 5. Me and the boys were absolutely rampant in that game.
Absolutely right, and I think they need to bring back the demo plays. I've said that so many times this series, but it's what's been working for them. If they can replicate what's already worked prior, then maybe they'll have a chance of repeating it. But me and the boys just seem to have their number last game, so they're going to need to try something a little bit different. Maybe try and speed the game up a little bit. We know that there have been moments in this series where things got a little bit congested on the me and the boys backboard, so they're going to want to try and force something through here.
Well, if there's any field to do something special on, it is Champions Field. The names of some of the greatest players in Rocket League hand from the rafters. And, you know, these players, they may never reach that level, but they can sure as hell get a good win here. And Hoovers will be looking to do that. Come back into this one and be absolutely ecstatic if they do so. Spectre trying his best to get that one through, but denied by Trace. Trace lovely pass back, but the shot from Star, well wide. And that's not what we want to see early on from Hoovers. They have to be more accurate, they have to be more clinical, and they have to really use those bump plays. I know it's a lot. You have to be near perfect against this Me and the Boys team, Rez.
Absolutely. Smokes trying to get it out of defense, but they're getting locked in here and out big clear from Star. That's what they really needed. Now pressing back forward, and that's a good bump play. That's taken one of the players out of the play. There's no one there to follow it up. Smokes now to the sideball as a minute's gone. Still yet to have a go.
Yes, indeed. I think this is one of the longest periods, apart from game number 2. Without a goal. Lovely pass, and there's a great play from Star. Gets it by one defender, flicks it by the other to Trace, and Trace puts it in the back of the net, 1-0.
What a speedy transition. 4 touches between Trace's clear and Trace's goal down the other end. That's what they need to do. They just need to capitalise on any overcommits by Me and the Boys, and they've done well there. Now they're going to need to replicate it another couple of times if they want to secure themselves a win in this game.
Absolutely, they're going to really need something very special indeed if they want to have any chance of winning it. But of course, still plenty of time. Still plenty of time for both teams to fight back into this one. Hoover, of course, will be looking to take another 2-goal lead, really get that cushion, because that cushion is so important in Rocket League. Rob, though, will try and get the clear out. Nice play, and that's a lovely shot, but it's just wide. I think Trace had that one covered. Weak back pass there to Trace. Trace having this ball now, clearing it up, looking to find a teammate here in field, but gets blocked by Spectre off the backboard. Rob looking for the bump, but he misses it entirely, and Smokes puts that ball into the net, 2-0.
A fantastic finish by Smokes. Rob awkward on the back wall, misses. Shallow can't recover. Good goal there for Hoovers.
Hoovers now 2-0 up, and they look like they're going to take us perhaps to a game number 5. But of course, sorry, game number 6, apologies. Which of course will line up with your prediction very well indeed. But still plenty of time left in this one for Me and the Boys. Three minutes to find a way through, and they scored 3 goals in the last game, so they're more than capable of scoring a few in these 3 minutes now off the backboard, but nobody there to follow up as Smokes will clear this up. A little double commit there though, and Trace will have to be careful as the last man back. Good bump though on Shallow with the shot, and it goes in, 2-1 in the defence. Oh, that's 6s and 7s for ones for Hoovers.
The defence has looked a 10 out of 10 so far this game. That's a little bit more like a 3 out of 10. That was a combination of errors from Smokes and Star, ends up going into their own net, and now the game is back within 1. Me and the Boys really with a chance here.
Yeah, they'll have to finish it off here now. They'd only go to a game 6 or a game 7 potentially. Rob, oh, lovely carry, just couldn't quite get it under that crossbar. Lovely effort though. Star and Smokes trying to get something going. Trace here now in the corner, trying his best to find a way through, couldn't quite manage it. Lovely clear up the field, long clear for Me and the Boys. They're happy sometimes to play without the ball. They don't mind having those long clears, prefer the ball at their feet, but if they can get those long clears, that's going to happy for them as well. Lovely shot effort there by Trace, but Shallow was back in net, making sure that one was never going to go in. Long clear, and Rob, can he fall this one in? He can, but he puts the shot well wide, but the defender didn't know that. Spectre, look here to get something going, can't quite manage it. Rob trying to get around the corner, unable to do so, as the defense from Hoovers stands firm.
Hoovers still holding on to the lead as of so far, but Me and the Boys have not given up yet, and that is a shot by Rob, a shot and a half. Takes matters into his own hands and just bangs one in.
Well, you can't see it on screen, but I was slapping my fingers together because that is absolutely outrageous from Rob. Absolutely phenomenal strike. Lovely play. 2-2. Me and the Boys are 1 goal away now potentially from wrapping up this series and winning the championship.
The bounce off the backboard now, Rob taking it away. Me and the Boys have got the momentum now. They've scored the last 2 goals in this game. Can they get the third? Star now pushing the ball downfield. It's a save by Rob. Nicely done. But they're going to need to hold on. More than that, they're going to need to get themselves a goal. Now Rob going down the other end. Smokes gets there, but it's not a good touch. Spectre almost thinking about going up with that. Actually gets bumped by his teammate, and now maybe an opportunity for the Hoovers. That one's got banged downfield. If Smokes going to get a touch here, this could be a goal. Rob has missed. He's put it past his teammate. Trace capitalises. And the Hoovers have made their move, and they've got their lead back.
Just a bit of a comedy of errors here. Rob missing the burst ball, then knocks it by Spectre, and Spectre can't get the ball, and then off the backboard. Trace is there to put that one into the back of the net. 3-2 now. Hoovers have the lead again. Can they bring us to a game 6? Or is there one final sting in the tail here for me and the boys? Oh, what an effort there. What a save from Smoke Shadow. Boom, that one towards net. What a good save indeed. And, well, Trey's having to come from behind Rob there. Getting away that one because Rob was in control of that ball. Shadow long range clear. Rob is there. Rob just flying past the ball harmlessly. A Shadow with the shot. And it falls off the post. Very nicely for Spectre. 3-3.
A great fake by Rob, I guess. I don't know whether it was intentional, but Shallow gets the ball in, comes off the top of the crossbar, and Spectre puts it in. No defence there to stop him. We're all tied up again, 49 seconds left. Hoovers need to win this or their tournament is over.
Yes, indeed. And €210 richer they will be, but they'll lament the fact they could have had 570. Well, me and the boys now looking for that winning goal, looking to kill this one off right here now. Rob with the shot, but Star with the save. You get the savior medal, but me and the boys smelling the blood in the water now, smelling the fact there's an opportunity to win this, and that's the way play from Shallow. Great save from Trace, Spectre. Great save from Trace, but Hoover's being penned in here, being hunted down, and is there a way back? Spectre here, not the greatest control, but it leaves that one nicely for Rob. Rob clears at the midfield, but only as far as Star. Oh, and Spectre was awkward, still made the save. 7 seconds left here. Is there one final shot on? There is indeed, but it's saved. Oh, the waterfall pass. Shadow having to get there. Double commit in the backfield, and the ball hits the ground. We go to overtime.
Hoovers, they need this. They can't let me and the boys build their confidence here. Start, wins the kickoff. Now Shallow moving forward to try and win the tournament for his side.
Well, right now here it's doing very nicely. The Spectre puts it to the side. Nicely done. Here's an opportunity. Remember as well, !WYLDE in chat if you want to find out all about the sponsors of this great Irish org. Make sure to give them a follow on Twitter and on Instagram and anywhere else they are. And as well, vote for the things if you want to as well. So interesting to see here as we continue on. Still 3-all. Nothing really in it. Shadow will look to get this one, but I can't quite manage it. Ball cleared upfield. Oh, here's an opportunity. Perhaps Rob getting into a bit of a kerfuffle with one of the teammates. Oh, what a chance here. Can Trace get this one down? He can. He sets up for a double tap though, but then Shadow comes, Spectre comes flying in, denying the opportunity, and they're all back on the line here in an awkward position, but no boost really to work with. Trace kicking this one wide to Stars. Stars doing very well. Well, Rez right now, it is so tense.
It's so tight in this one. No one wants to be responsible for a mistake. Trace trying to get it out of his own end. Now Shallow puts it into the middle, but Smokes is there. Rob's backflip now, so there could be an opportunity to transition down to the other end of the field. Trace, big bang downfield, and Star able to collect that comfortably. And neither team really very potent at the moment, but Trace almost gets their start with the follow-up perhaps, but it's knocked away by Rob before he could even give it any thought.
Yes, indeed. Well, right now here, it's been a fantastic series. It's been a fantastic game, Rocket League, and we're a minute and 40 seconds into overtime, our first overtime of this series. Ball knocked down. Here's an opportunity. That one might just be it. No, it's too high. Didn't quite fall. Spectre though denying Smokes the clear shot on the target. Rob looking to control this one. Lovely play from Rob. I was about to say Rez there for some reason, but I was getting them confused. Rez, you're just that good as well that I was confusing you for Rob Kieran.
Very optimistic, but there's a reason why they're in this lobby and I'm not, as Rob tries to force a play by getting one off the backboard, but it's cleared away by Smokes. Now Start unable to connect with Spectre, as now me and the boys starting to pile on the pressure, but that's a team bump there, and this play is going to peter out. It's Shallow forced into the corner of Hoovers, and now Spectre with a challenge. Rob jumping on top of him there, and now in this play there's going to be no one to follow it up. Hoovers, they're going to avoid the danger just for a couple of seconds more.
Half a game, extra play in this overtime. Here's an opportunity. Shadow shot goes wide. Spectre though looking to keep the attack going, and right now Hoover's living by the seam of their pants, but Rob puts it in! Me and the boys are your Wild Rocket Series major champions!
I felt as if it was coming, Morky, and it finally happened. Me and the boys, 2 minutes and 46 into overtime of Game 6. Or Game 5, should I say. They've managed to steal it from the Hoovers. A great performance, dominant throughout today. Hoovers, they put up a great fight to get here, but me and the boys, they are just unstoppable.
Absolutely. Well, it's been a hell of a series, been a hell of a day, but we're not quite finished yet. We've got a few things to go. We're going to interview Shallow very, very shortly indeed. But, you know, we also have something else to do. We also have to give the major MVP. Who do you think it is?
Well, for me, I've got to give it to Spectre. I saw him in some of the games earlier today, and he was on top form. And in the grand final, he stepped up to the mark in that one as well. A fantastic performance from him, both stats-wise, and when it came to that sort of team cohesion and rotations that are also important in Rocket League. Spectre, the MVP of today for me, and a fantastic performance by his teammates as well.
Yes, indeed, I'd have to agree. Spectre played so well in that grand final. He played so well against Carbon Zero as well. It's hard to say that it's unfair to give it to him. He's absolutely deserving, and well done to him. He's played an absolute blinder today. So have all the players today. By the way, a big round of applause to all the players who played today, because you did so well just to even get here. It is a very special achievement to be the top 8 teams from that Wild Rocket series. I know there's a bit of a blemish on it, but, you know, it doesn't matter. You all got here fair and square. You did great. But we have another thing to announce before we get Shallow in, and that is the winners of the giveaway. So a bit of a drum roll. The winner of the Wild Performance sleeves is Carl Byrne 3. The winner of the two winners of the Wild Tribe jerseys are Shinny Shin and Rory Murnane. Make sure you contact Dave Forehead on Discord or the Oral Ireland Instagram page to get your prizes. Congratulations for that one. Absolutely brilliant play. We're just going to wait for Shallow, to join in the call. But is there any moments from today that we got him in? Shallow, congratulations. How are you feeling?
Oh, I'm delighted. I can't believe it. That's just, what a feeling. I screamed when I won there.
Well, Shallow, I just want to read out your results from the 4 monthlies that you played in. 2nd in March, 1st in April, 4th in May, and 1st in June. I don't know about anyone else, but for me, you're the undisputed kings of the Wild Rocket series after that. How does it feel to be so dominant for such a long period of time?
You know, it's like, it's just such a good feeling to be like the top of your country at this current moment. Like, it's just so happy to win these games. Like, I just can't explain it. I'm just baffled.
You know, you said in Lobby 2 before that the Hoovers were the one team you were afraid of playing. Well, not afraid of playing, but the one team you didn't want to play. You know, very close series earlier on. That one was close at times as well. Only one goal in it most of the time. Apart from that game number 5, which you won 3-0. Sorry, game number 4, which you won 3-0. How were you feeling after kind of that loss in game number 3?
You know, like, we took the loss, but we didn't really think much of it. Like, we think we had it more in the bag because, like, they had to win, like, 7 games to win the whole series. We were confident going into the first series. Now that they'd have to worry about, like, needing to win when we could just, like, take comfortably in that, like, first series. So, yeah, like, we took it well.
How did you manage to sort of live with the quite a long time between your last match against Carbon Zero in the winners' final and your match in the grand final? Obviously, it was quite a long way. I know that Rob ended up going to the gym.
He did. He needs to get his gains.
Did you just try and keep the mindset up, keep warm, and just get ready for the big match?
Not really. I think I just watched the VOD back, stressing if Rob was going to come back from the gym. You never know. To be honest, I came into lobby 2 there, absolutely shitting it. But yeah, that's the crack anyway.
What's been your favorite moment so far of the Wild Rocket series? What has been the best moment for you?
Probably right now, to be honest, just winning it all, getting it all done, seeing how far we've come and just getting it all over and finished.
Any big plans to €190 each?
I have no idea right now. Maybe Rob buy a gym membership or something.
Very good. Well, me and the boys, you certainly brought the sauce today. That was a remarkable performance, and congratulations to the 3 of you boys. And Morky, what a day of Rocket League.
Yeah, well, before we go, Shallow, any shout-outs you want to give to anyone?
Shout out to the boys, you know, long way through this. But good way to end it as well. So, shout out to the boys.
Absolutely. Well, indeed, it's been a hell of a day of Rocket League. Thank you all for tuning in. I hope you've all had a good time. As good a time we've had watching the Rocket League. You know, hopefully we're as tense as Shallow is after that one. That was a very, very tense final series. But We appreciate you all tuning in. We appreciate you all. Make sure you're following us on Discord, !Discord. You're in the Discord lobby. Make sure you're following us on Instagram and on Twitter, or Ireland for both. And apart from that, it is goodbye. And we'll see you all again very, very shortly, I'm sure, for some more Rocket League tournaments. See you again.
Bye bye.